Hey, good to have you here tonight. I was looking through the comments again before recording this, and it's honestly nice seeing familiar names starting to appear. Little by little, this channel feels more like a real group of people winding down together at the end of the day. So whether this is your first episode or you've been here for a while, I appreciate you spending part of your night here. Tonight's story is a real, true crime case. I'll go through it slowly and keep things steady so you can just listen and settle in. And if you've been coming back regularly, subscribing is the easiest way to keep these episodes close by. All right, this is episode 155. Let's begin. In the autumn of 1989, the Menendez family lived in a mansion in Beverly Hills that from the outside appeared almost designed to represent success. Expensive cars sat in the driveway. The property was surrounded by tall hedges and privacy walls, and inside the house, nearly everything reflected wealth earned through years of business achievement. Jose Menendez was a powerful entertainment executive. His wife, Kitty, maintained the image of a polished family life. Their two sons, Lyle and Eric, moved through elite schools, tennis competitions, and expensive social circles. To neighbors and acquaintances, they looked like a family that had already achieved the version of life most people spend decades chasing. On the night of August 20th, 1989, that image ended violently inside the family's den. Emergency services were not called immediately by witnesses or neighbors hearing chaos. Instead, the first major sign something was wrong came when Lyle and Eric Menendez arrived at a nearby location in visible panic, claiming they had discovered their parents shot inside the home. Police responding to the mansion found Jose and Kitty dead from multiple shotgun blasts. The attack had been overwhelming in its brutality. Jose had been shot repeatedly at close range while seated. Kitty suffered severe injuries as she attempted to move or escape before additional shots killed her. The scene immediately suggested rage rather than professional execution. Investigators entering the den noticed the scale of destruction caused by the shotgun blasts. Blood-covered furniture, walls, and carpeting. Spent shells remained scattered across the room. Yet despite the violence, there were signs that whoever committed the murders had been comfortable enough inside the house to remain there for some time afterward. Initially, detectives considered organized crime connections due to Jose Menendez's business background. His executive position created the possibility of enemies, financial disputes, or retaliation connected to corporate dealings. But as investigators examined the scene more closely, another possibility emerged. There was no forced entry. Nothing substantial had been stolen. The timing and positioning inside the house suggested the victims had not anticipated danger from the people around them that night. Attention gradually shifted toward the sons. At first, Lyle and Eric appeared grief-stricken and cooperative, but investigators quickly became troubled by what happened after the murders. Instead of withdrawing quietly during mourning, the brothers began spending enormous amounts of money. Luxury watches, cars, restaurants, travel, and expensive purchases followed within weeks of their parents' deaths. Millions from the family estate suddenly became accessible. Friends later described behavior that seemed strangely detached from grief. Detectives began re-examining the brothers' timelines, statements, and financial activity more aggressively. The breakthrough came through confession, though not in the way investigators initially expected. Eric Menendez eventually admitted involvement during conversations with his psychologist. Those sessions later became central to the investigation when details reached authorities. Once pressure intensified, both brothers acknowledged they had killed their parents. But the explanation they provided transformed the case completely. Rather than denying responsibility, the defense argued the murders resulted from years of severe physical, emotional, and sexual abuse inside the household. According to Lyle and Eric, fear and psychological control had dominated family life for years behind the image of wealth and success visible to outsiders. They claimed they believed their parents intended to kill them after fearing exposure of the abuse. The prosecution presented a very different picture. Prosecutors argued the murders were financially motivated. They pointed to the brothers' extravagant spending after the killings, their attempts to conceal involvement initially, and the calculated nature of the attack. According to the state, the brothers murdered Jose and Kitty to gain access to the family fortune. The trials became national news throughout the 1990s. Courtroom testimony revealed deeply conflicting portraits of the Menendez household. Witnesses described Jose as controlling and intimidating. Others portrayed the brothers as privileged young men unwilling to lose wealth and status. Graphic details of alleged abuse shocked audiences and divided public opinion sharply. Unlike many homicide cases focused almost entirely on forensic reconstruction, this investigation evolved into a psychological examination of family dynamics hidden beneath extreme privilege. Jurors during the first trial struggled to reach unanimous decisions. The emotional complexity of the abuse allegations, combined with the brutality of the murders, created intense division. Eventually, after retrials, Lyle and Eric Menendez were convicted in 1996 of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The case remained culturally significant for decades because it forced people to confront uncomfortable contradictions. The brothers undeniably carried out the killings. The crime scene itself showed planning, rage, and devastating violence. Yet the allegations of prolonged abuse also convinced many observers that the family's outward image concealed years of fear and psychological damage invisible to outsiders. Investigators later reflected on how misleading the mansion itself had been during the early stages of the case. The home symbolized achievement and security from the outside, but inside those walls, according to testimony presented over years of proceedings, relationships had deteriorated into resentment, control, terror, and eventually homicide. The murders occurred while the parents sat together watching television, a detail that stayed with many people following the case because of its ordinary familiarity. One moment, routine domestic life existed. The next moment, the room became a scene of catastrophic violence. By the end of the investigation and trials, the Menendez case had become far larger than a standard double homicide prosecution. It became a story about wealth, family image, trauma, greed, truth, manipulation, and the difficulty of separating motive from justification once violence reaches irreversible extremes. The Beverly Hills mansion eventually changed ownership. The blood was cleaned. Furniture disappeared. New families later lived there unaware of the exact atmosphere that once filled the den on that August night. But the original crime remained impossible to separate from the house itself. Behind the gates and luxury, two parents died in front of the television while their sons stood holding loaded shotguns only feet away. Next story. In the early hours of June 5th, 1994, before investigators knew names, motives, or even the full scale of what had happened, a golden retriever wandered through a quiet neighborhood in Brentwood, Los Angeles, pulling lightly against its leash with blood on its paws. The dog moved aimlessly along the sidewalk, drawing the attention of neighbors who initially assumed it had been injured. Instead, the animal led people toward one of the most heavily photographed crime scenes in modern American history. Near the entrance pathway of a condominium on South Bundy Drive lay the bodies of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. The scene was chaotic in a way investigators immediately recognized as deeply personal violence rather than random attack. Blood covered the walkway and surrounding area. Nicole had suffered multiple knife wounds. Ronald Goldman, who investigators later determined had arrived unexpectedly to return a forgotten item, had also been attacked with extreme force. The struggle appeared fast, brutal, and intensely physical. Detectives arriving at the scene quickly realized the killer had likely left covered in blood. The attack required close contact and overwhelming violence. Yet despite the severity of the crime, there were no immediate witnesses to the murders themselves. The neighborhood had been quiet. Some residents later reported hearing what sounded like a dog barking repeatedly during the night, but nothing that clearly suggested double homicide unfolding only yards away. Very early in the investigation, attention turned toward O.J. Simpson. At the time, Simpson was one of the most recognizable celebrities in America. a former football star and actor whose public image contrasted sharply with the brutality of the crime scene. But detectives also knew his relationship with Nicole had a documented history of domestic violence, including prior police incidents and reports of controlling behavior. When investigators went to notify Simpson at his estate, they noticed several details that immediately raised concern. A vehicle at the property contained blood traces. Simpson himself had a cut on his hand. His explanation for the injury shifted during questioning. More importantly, forensic evidence from the Bundy crime scene began connecting directly back to him. Blood evidence became central almost immediately. Investigators found blood matching Simpson's DNA at the murder scene and blood from the victim's inside and around his vehicle. A glove recovered near the bodies appeared linked to another glove found at Simpson's property. Hair fibers, shoe impressions, and timeline analysis steadily built a picture prosecutors believed pointed overwhelmingly toward guilt. But from the beginning, the case unfolded under enormous public scrutiny. The investigation exploded into global news coverage after Simpson failed to surrender to police and became the subject of a nationally televised low-speed pursuit through Los Angeles in a white Ford Bronco driven by his friend Al Cowlings. Millions watched live as police followed the vehicle across highways, while news helicopters circled overhead. The pursuit transformed the case from major homicide investigation into cultural spectacle. When the trial began in 1995, it quickly became one of the most closely followed criminal proceedings in history. Prosecutors argued that Simpson murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman in a jealous rage tied to the collapse of his relationship with Nicole. They presented DNA evidence, forensic findings, timelines, and behavioral history intended to establish a clear narrative of guilt. The defense responded aggressively. Rather than focusing only on denying involvement, Simpson's legal team attacked the integrity of the investigation itself. They argued that evidence had been mishandled, contaminated, or improperly collected. Questions surrounding police conduct, racial tensions within Los Angeles, and the credibility of key detectives became central elements of the trial. The case evolved far beyond the murders alone. Every forensic detail became publicly debated. Every witness was analyzed in media coverage. Courtroom moments turned into national events. The glove demonstration, where Simpson struggled to put on gloves connected to the crime scene, became one of the defining images of the trial and was later used heavily by the defense to create doubt. After months of proceedings, the jury delivered its verdict on October 3rd, 1995. O.J. Simpson was acquitted of the murders. The decision shocked many observers because the volume of forensic evidence appeared overwhelming to large portions of the public. Yet under criminal law standards, the jury concluded prosecutors had not eliminated reasonable doubt sufficiently for conviction. Although acquitted criminally, Simpson later faced a civil lawsuit brought by the victims' families. In 1997, a civil jury found him liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman and ordered substantial financial damages. The murders themselves remained horrifying beneath all the media attention. Nicole Brown Simpson had spent years navigating a volatile relationship marked by documented abuse and fear. Ronald Goldman was not believed to be the intended target at all, but rather someone who arrived at the wrong moment and became trapped inside an eruption of violence already underway. Investigators later reflected on how quickly the actual victims became overshadowed by the scale of the public spectacle surrounding the trial. The case changed television coverage, courtroom reporting, and public understanding of forensic evidence permanently. Yet at its center remained two people killed violently outside a home late at night. The crime scene on South Bundy Drive was not complicated in the way some investigations are. It was physically brutal, immediate, and intimate. What became complicated was everything surrounding it afterward. Celebrity, race, policing, media pressure, legal strategy, and public division. For months, nearly the entire country followed the case daily. But long after the cameras moved on, the original reality remained unchanged. A quiet residential walkway became the site of double homicide, and two lives ended there before anyone realized the killer had already disappeared into the darkness beyond the gate. Next story. The first thing detectives noticed was the smell. Not blood, not smoke, bleach. The apartment had been cleaned so aggressively that officers entering the scene immediately understood someone had spent time trying to erase what happened there. Kitchen surfaces were wiped down. Bathroom tiles still felt damp. A window had been left slightly open despite the cold weather outside. Yet in the center bedroom, beneath all the cleaning attempts, investigators found enough evidence to know a violent murder had taken place only hours earlier. The victim was 23-year-old Swedish student Carolina Johansson, who had recently moved to London for work and university studies. Friends described her as disciplined, careful, and deeply routine-oriented. When she suddenly stopped replying to messages, concern spread quickly because disappearing without explanation was completely unlike her. By the time police entered the apartment, Carolina herself was gone. Only traces remained. Small blood stains hidden near the bed frame. Fibers caught beneath furniture legs. Signs that something heavy had been dragged across the floor before cleanup began. Detectives quickly realized they were not dealing with a missing person case anymore. They were standing inside a murder scene where the body had already been removed. Attention turned toward the last person known to have seen her alive, Daniel Harper. Harper was not a stranger. He had known Carolina socially for several months and had recently become increasingly attached to her despite friends noticing she appeared uncomfortable around him. Witnesses later described him as possessive, emotionally unstable, and obsessed with controlling conversations and interactions. When investigators first interviewed him, he remained unusually calm. He claimed Carolina visited briefly before leaving the apartment late at night. According to him, nothing unusual happened afterward, but detectives noticed problems almost immediately. His timeline conflicted with surveillance footage from nearby streets. Phone data showed Carolina never left the building after entering it that evening. Then investigators searched his vehicle. Inside the trunk, forensic teams discovered microscopic blood traces matching Carolina's DNA despite clear attempts to clean the interior. Fibers from her clothing were also recovered beside tool marks, suggesting something large had recently been transported there. The investigation intensified rapidly. Detectives reconstructed Harper's movements hour by hour. Security cameras captured his car, traveling toward woodland areas outside the city during the early morning hours after Carolina disappeared. Fuel station receipts, toll records, and traffic cameras slowly built a route leading investigators toward remote countryside several hours away from London. 3 days later, search teams found Carolina's body concealed beneath branches and construction debris in a forested area near Surrey. The concealment itself revealed planning. The killer had chosen an isolated location rarely visited during winter months. But heavy rainfall shortly after the body was abandoned preserved shoe impressions and tire tracks near the site, instead of washing them away completely. Those impressions matched footwear and tires connected to Harper. Forensic examination showed Carolina had been killed inside the apartment before transportation. The cleanup detectives noticed immediately upon entering the scene became one of the strongest pieces of evidence during trial. Prosecutors argued the murder was followed by deliberate staging and extensive efforts to destroy evidence. Bleach residue, wiped fingerprints, cleaned drains, and removed bedding all pointed toward someone attempting to erase an entire sequence of violence. But complete cleanup is almost impossible. Tiny blood traces remained embedded in flooring gaps. Digital evidence remained on phones and laptops. Surveillance systems captured movement across roads and fuel stations. Investigators later said the case demonstrated how modern homicide investigations often depend less on one dramatic clue and more on hundreds of small details connecting together. At trial, prosecutors presented Harper as a man unable to accept rejection and increasingly fixated on controlling Carolina's life. Witnesses described escalating behavior before the murder, including unwanted appearances, manipulative messages, and anger over her distancing herself socially. The defense attempted to challenge the forensic timeline and argued the evidence was circumstantial. But the combination of DNA, vehicle evidence, surveillance footage, cleanup activity, and movement reconstruction created an overwhelming case. Daniel Harper was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. What remained disturbing long after conviction was the amount of time and effort spent trying to erase the crime itself. The cleaning products, the transportation, the hidden body, the altered timeline. Every action after the killing reflected calculation rather than panic. Yet those same actions exposed him. Investigators later explained that stage scenes often reveal more than natural ones because they contain intention in every detail. Someone trying to manufacture innocence usually leaves behind patterns that ordinary life never creates on its own. The apartment was eventually rented again. Furniture changed. Walls were repainted. Neighbors moved on with their routines. But for detectives who worked the case, the strongest memory remained that first moment stepping through the doorway and smelling bleach strong enough to sting the air. Before they saw blood, before they knew the victim's location, before they even knew exactly what happened, they already understood someone inside that apartment had tried very hard to make the truth disappear. Next story. Nobody inside the restaurant noticed anything unusual about the man sitting alone near the back wall. He arrived shortly after midnight, ordered coffee, barely touched it, and spent long stretches staring through the window at the parking lot outside. Employees later remembered him because he looked exhausted rather than dangerous. His clothes were clean. His posture was calm. At one point, he even thanked a waitress politely when she refilled his cup. Less than 8 hours later, police would connect him to one of the most disturbing family murders in California that year. The man's name was John List. For nearly a month before investigators found the bodies, the List family home in Westfield, New Jersey, had remained completely silent. Lights stayed off. Curtains remained closed. Neighbors assumed the family had traveled suddenly or gone to stay with relatives. Mail collected slowly in the mailbox. Milk bottles sat untouched near the entrance. Nothing dramatic drew attention because suburban neighborhoods are built around routine privacy. People notice noise more than silence. What no one realized was that 5 members of the List family were already dead inside the house. The discovery came only because neighbors finally complained about something unusual drifting through the empty mansion. Music. Classical organ music had been playing continuously through the home's intercom system for days. When police entered the property on December 7th, 1971, they found an almost impossibly controlled crime scene. The bodies of John List's wife, mother, and 3 children were placed carefully in separate rooms. Each victim had been shot methodically. There are no signs of frenzy, struggle, or chaotic violence. Instead, investigators found something colder: organization. Meals had been left partially prepared. School notices sat neatly arranged. In one room, detectives discovered a long letter written by John List himself. He had planned everything. According to the letter, List believed his family faced financial and spiritual ruin. He had lost his job months earlier, but concealed it from everyone around him while pretending to continue normal work routines each day. Debt mounted quietly. The family's expensive lifestyle became impossible to maintain. Rather than expose the collapse publicly, prosecutors later believed List retreated into increasingly distorted religious thinking and decided killing his family was somehow an act of salvation. The murders unfolded over several hours. Investigators reconstructed how List waited for family members to return home one at a time before shooting them. His wife Helen was killed first. His mother was murdered afterward inside her apartment section of the house. Later, his children arrived home from school unaware anything was wrong. One by one, he killed them all. Then he cleaned himself, organized paperwork, contacted schools to explain future absences, stopped mail deliveries, turned on the music system, and disappeared. The calmness of the scene disturbed investigators deeply. Nothing inside the house reflected emotional explosion. There were no overturned tables, broken objects, or signs of panic. Instead, detectives walked through room after room, feeling as though they were moving inside a carefully arranged performance created by someone determined to delay discovery as long as possible. For nearly 18 years, John List vanished completely. He abandoned his car near an airport, changed his identity, remarried, and built an entirely new life under the name Robert Clark. During those years, he worked regular jobs, attended church, socialized normally, and avoided attention so effectively that even neighbors who knew him personally suspected nothing. The breakthrough came from television. In 1989, the case was featured on the program America's Most Wanted. Investigators commissioned a forensic sculptor to create an age-progressed bust estimating how List might appear decades older. The reconstruction proved remarkably accurate. Someone recognized him. Police arrested John List at his Virginia home shortly afterward. By then, he had spent nearly 2 decades living quietly as though the murders had never happened. During interrogation, List remained composed. He admitted responsibility without dramatic emotion and continued insisting he believed he had acted rationally at the time. Investigators later described him as unsettlingly calm, more concerned with explaining his logic than expressing grief. At trial, prosecutors emphasized the extraordinary planning involved in the murders and escape. This was not spontaneous violence. It was systematic annihilation carried out by a man who believed maintaining control mattered more than human life itself. John List was convicted on 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He died in prison in 2008. What continued haunting investigators long after the conviction was not only the brutality of the murders, but the silence surrounding them afterward. The house remained standing peacefully in the neighborhood for weeks while bodies decomposed inside. Holiday decorations appeared on nearby homes. Children walked to school past the property every morning. Life continued normally only yards away from a mass murder scene hidden behind closed curtains. The List case became one of America's most infamous family annihilation murders because of the contrast between appearance and reality. John List looked ordinary. The house looked ordinary. The neighborhood looked ordinary. Yet inside that silence, an entire family disappeared before anyone realized the man responsible had already driven away and started becoming someone else. Next story. The caller sounded controlled at first. Not emotional. Not panicked. Just breathing heavily enough for the emergency operator to notice something was wrong. He said his wife had been shot inside their home. Then, halfway through explaining what happened, his voice changed. The calmness disappeared for a moment, and something colder slipped through instead, like he had forgotten he was supposed to sound devastated. By the time police arrived at the house in Durham, North Carolina, blood was already drying on the staircase. At the bottom lay Kathleen Peterson. Her husband, novelist Michael Peterson, stood nearby covered in blood. He claimed he found Kathleen after she fell down the stairs while he was outside by the pool. According to him, the accident happened suddenly, and he discovered her only moments before calling emergency services. But investigators entering the scene immediately noticed something deeply unusual. There was too much blood, not just a small pool near the body, but extensive blood spatter reaching walls, flooring, and parts of the staircase itself. Some stains appeared partially dried, while others looked fresh, suggesting a much longer timeline than Michael described. Kathleen also had severe lacerations on her head that investigators believed looked difficult to explain through a simple fall. The staircase itself became the center of the entire case. Detectives spent days reconstructing movement patterns inside the house. Blood droplets extended upward along steps and nearby surfaces. Smears suggested repeated movement while injured. Yet Kathleen had no skull fractures typically associated with catastrophic stair falls. The contradiction created immediate division between investigators and defense experts. Michael Peterson maintained the same story. It was an accident. But as detectives dug into his life, they discovered details that dramatically changed the investigation. Financial problems had been growing inside the household despite appearances of stability. Kathleen earned the majority of the family income, while Michael's writing career had slowed significantly. Prosecutors believed pressure surrounding money and personal secrets had created serious tension behind closed doors. Then investigators uncovered something even stranger. Years earlier, while Peterson lived in Germany, a family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had also been found dead at the bottom of a staircase after spending time with him. At the time, her death was considered accidental. Now detectives reopened it. The similarity between the two deaths immediately became one of the most controversial parts of the investigation. Prosecutors argued the resemblance was too extreme to ignore. The defense insisted it was coincidence unfairly used to prejudice the jury. As forensic teams continued analyzing the Durham staircase, another issue emerged: blood pattern interpretation. Prosecutors claimed the stains indicated assault rather than accident. They argued Kathleen had been beaten and attempted repeatedly to stand before collapsing. The defense countered that head wounds can bleed heavily and irregularly, especially during falls involving sharp stair edges. The trial became a battle between competing reconstructions of the same room. Experts argued over droplets, angles, timing, and injury mechanics for weeks. Jurors were shown enlarged crime scene photographs, microscopic analysis, and digital recreations attempting to explain exactly what happened inside that stairwell. But outside the forensic debate, prosecutors also focused heavily on Michael Peterson himself. Investigators uncovered secret online communications and evidence of affairs Kathleen reportedly did not know about. Prosecutors argued Peterson feared exposure, financial collapse, and the destruction of a life he carefully presented publicly. The defense portrayed him differently. They described a complicated but loving marriage and argued investigators became obsessed with proving homicide after seeing the amount of blood at the scene. According to them, once police decided the staircase looked suspicious, every detail afterward was forced into that conclusion. In 2003, Michael Peterson was convicted of murdering Kathleen Peterson and sentenced to life in prison. But the case did not end there. Years later, serious questions emerged regarding testimony given by a state forensic analyst involved in the blood evidence. Multiple convictions connected to that analyst were challenged due to concerns about reliability and misconduct in forensic reporting. Peterson eventually received a new trial opportunity. After years of legal battles, he entered an Alford plea in 2017. Under that plea, he formally accepted conviction for manslaughter while continuing to maintain he did not intentionally kill Kathleen. The agreement allowed him to avoid another full trial and resulted in his release after already serving years in prison. To this day, the staircase remains one of the most debated crime scenes in modern true crime history. Some investigators remain convinced Kathleen Peterson was murdered violently inside the home. Others believe a catastrophic accidental fall became transformed into homicide through interpretation and suspicion. What makes the case endure is how confined everything was. No dark alley, no hidden forest, no unknown intruder. Just a staircase inside a wealthy home where two people spent an evening together before one of them ended up dead in a pool of blood while the other stood nearby, insisting it was all an accident. Next story. The security camera captured him entering the hotel lobby at 2:11 in the morning, carrying nothing except a small overnight bag and a folded newspaper under his arm. He did not look nervous. He nodded politely to the night clerk, signed the register using his real name, and asked whether the restaurant downstairs would still be serving coffee at that hour. Employees later remembered him because of how completely ordinary he seemed. Middle-aged, well-dressed, soft-spoken, the kind of guest nobody would ever think twice about. 3 days later, police discovered that a woman had been dead inside the trunk of his car the entire time. The man was Harvey Kerrigan. By the early 1970s, investigators across several states had already connected Kerrigan to violent crimes involving women, but proving the full extent of his actions became difficult because he moved constantly, changed routines often, and understood how to disappear into ordinary environments. He did not behave like the chaotic offenders detectives were used to chasing. He planned carefully, selected isolated opportunities, and blended back into normal public life almost immediately afterward. The case that finally ensured he would spend the remainder of his life in prison began with a missing 23-year-old woman named Sandra Schmidt. Sandra had been traveling through Minnesota after visiting friends and family. Witnesses later remembered seeing her alive at a roadside location where she appeared relaxed and unaware of danger. Sometime afterward, she accepted a ride from Kerrigan. Investigators later believed he specifically targeted situations where women were isolated near highways or transportation routes because movement itself became part of his control. Once victims entered his vehicle, they were separated from familiar environments, witnesses, and predictable timelines. For several days after Sandra disappeared, almost nothing pointed clearly toward Kerrigan. Then hotel staff in Iowa noticed something strange. A foul odor had started coming from the parking garage beneath the building. At first, employees assumed it was trash or mechanical waste, but the smell intensified badly enough that management contacted police. Officers traced the odor to a parked vehicle registered to Harvey Kerrigan. Inside the trunk, they found Sandra Schmidt's body. The discovery immediately transformed the investigation from missing person case to homicide inquiry. But what disturbed detectives most was the timeline surrounding it. Kerrigan had continued checking into hotels, speaking casually with employees, eating in restaurants, and moving through public spaces while the victim's body remained concealed only feet away from him. Investigators later said the psychological detachment involved in that behavior deeply unsettled everyone working the case. The forensic evidence inside the vehicle was overwhelming. Fibers, fingerprints, blood evidence, and signs of restraint connected directly back to Kerrigan. Detectives also uncovered evidence linking him to earlier violent attacks and attempted kidnappings involving similar methods. As authorities reconstructed his movements, they discovered patterns stretching back years. He frequently traveled alone. He used highways extensively. He targeted vulnerable women in transitional situations, hitchhiking, traveling, or isolated near road systems. Most importantly, he relied heavily on appearing harmless. Witnesses repeatedly described him as polite and approachable. Nothing about his appearance triggered immediate fear. Investigators later explained that offenders like Kerrigan often survive undetected precisely because they avoid looking threatening. They understand social expectations well enough to exploit them. At trial, prosecutors presented Sandra Schmidt's murder as part of a broader pattern of predatory behavior, extending far beyond one isolated incident. The defense challenged portions of the timeline and attempted to limit interpretation of older allegations. But the physical evidence recovered from the vehicle itself left little room for doubt regarding the murder. Harvey Kerrigan was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment. Over time, investigators continued connecting him to additional violent crimes and suspected murders across multiple states. He eventually became one of the most notorious serial offenders linked to highway abductions in the United States. What remained especially haunting about the Sandra Schmidt case was the contrast between the ordinary public spaces involved and the horror hidden beneath them. A hotel lobby, a parking garage, coffee ordered at a restaurant, routine conversations with employees, all while a murder victim remained concealed inside a vehicle nearby. Cases like this disturb investigators because they reveal how effectively some offenders move through normal life without interruption. There was no dramatic police chase before the discovery, no visible breakdown, no obvious panic. Kerrigan continued functioning calmly because he believed nobody around him suspected anything at all. The hotel employees later said they replayed every interaction in their minds afterward, searching for signs they might have missed. But that was exactly what made him dangerous. Nothing outwardly visible warned people what was sitting downstairs in the trunk of his car, while he smiled politely upstairs, asking for coffee in the middle of the night. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddie was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children, even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a young woman after an ordinary evening out. A case that at first appeared to have almost no clear suspects, but slowly unfolded into a careful investigation that revealed a hidden act of violence. In the summer of 2007, the city of Lincoln, Nebraska moved through the warm evenings that often kept restaurants and small entertainment districts busy long after sunset. Among the people enjoying that quiet rhythm of the city was 27-year-old office administrator Nicole Harris. Nicole worked for a small insurance agency located downtown and had lived in Lincoln for most of her life. Friends describe her as dependable and organized, someone who usually kept a predictable routine during the week. After work, she often met friends for dinner or stopped by a nearby cafe before returning to the small apartment she rented only a few blocks from the office. On the evening of June 14th, Nicole finished work around 5:30 and later met a friend at a small restaurant not far from downtown. The two talked for nearly an hour before Nicole said she planned to stop by a grocery store on her way home. Security cameras at the store showed her entering shortly after 7. She purchased a few basic items and walked out carrying a single bag. The footage showed her loading the groceries into the passenger seat of her car before driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Nicole failed to return home, that night her roommate initially believed she might have gone to visit family or spend the evening with friends. But by the following morning, when her phone continued going straight to voicemail, and she had also missed work, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted that afternoon, and a missing person investigation began. Detectives started by retracing Nicole's route after leaving the grocery store. Traffic cameras showed her car traveling along the road that normally led toward her apartment. But one camera captured something unusual. Her car suddenly turned into a large parking lot behind a closed office building several blocks away from her usual route. Investigators had no immediate explanation for why she would stop there. 2 days later, a security guard working nearby noticed Nicole's car still sitting in that same parking lot and contacted police. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several details that raised concern. Nicole's purse was still sitting on the passenger seat, and the grocery bag remained on the floor near the dashboard. Forensic technicians examined the interior of the car. Using specialized lighting, they discovered faint traces of blood along the edge of the driver's seat and near the door handle. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Nicole's personal and professional relationships. Co-workers described her as friendly and reliable. Friends said she had not mentioned any recent conflicts or threats. For several days, investigators struggled to find any clear suspect. The first significant lead came from a witness who lived in an apartment building overlooking the parking lot where Nicole's car had been found. The witness reported seeing a dark pickup truck parked next to Nicole's vehicle on the evening she disappeared. According to the witness, the truck remained there for several minutes before suddenly driving away. Detectives began searching for surveillance footage from nearby streets that might have captured the truck. After reviewing recordings from several cameras, they located footage showing a similar vehicle leaving the area shortly after the time Nicole had arrived. Investigators were able to identify the license plate. The truck belonged to a man named Andrew Collins. Collins was 39 years old and worked as a maintenance contractor for several commercial properties around the city. Records showed that he had recently completed repair work at the office building where Nicole worked. Detectives contacted Collins and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted that he had visited Nicole's office building for maintenance jobs, but insisted he barely knew her. He also claimed he had been working in another part of the city the evening she disappeared. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his story. Cell phone records placed Collins in the exact area of the parking lot at around the same time Nicole's car had been seen turning into the lot. When detectives confronted him with that information, he said he had simply been driving through the area on his way home. The explanation did not convince investigators. A search warrant was obtained for Collins's pickup truck. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the fabric from Nicole's car seats. Even more significant were faint traces of blood on the passenger side floor mat. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Nicole Harris. With the evidence connecting his truck directly to the missing woman, Collins was brought in for another interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with a witness statement, placing his vehicle beside Nicole's car. After several hours of questioning, his story began to unravel. Eventually, Collins admitted that he had encountered Nicole in the parking lot that evening. According to his statement, he approached her while she was sitting in her car and attempted to start conversation. Investigators believe he had recognized her from the office building where he had worked weeks earlier. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Nicole fought back during the attack, which explained the blood traces found inside the vehicle and inside Collins's truck. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Collins attempted to hide the crime by transporting her body away from the area. After continued questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of farmland nearly 40 miles outside Lincoln. There, investigators discovered a shallow grave hidden beneath loose soil and tall grass. The remains were later confirmed to be Nicole Harris. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Nicole leaving the grocery store, arriving at the parking lot, and encountering Collins. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected his vehicle directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Collins took afterward to conceal the body and clean his truck. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Andrew Collins was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Nicole Harris's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and co-workers remembered her as someone who had built a quiet life around routine and strong friendships. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with almost no evidence can eventually be solved through careful attention to small details. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who looked like the perfect husband, the kind neighbors trusted and coworkers admired, a man who smiled on camera while standing just feet away from the truth. This is a true crime story about deception, pressure, and how a life built on quiet lies collapsed in a single, chilling week. Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, in a neat suburban neighborhood where mornings were calm and routines rarely changed. He worked in the oil and gas industry, a stable job that paid well enough to support a comfortable life. He was married to Shawn Watts, a woman who was outspoken, organized, and deeply involved in social media. Together, they had 2 young daughters, Bella and Celeste, and another child on the way. From the outside, their life appeared structured and successful, the kind of family people envy without knowing. But inside the house, tension had been building slowly. Chris was quiet, emotionally distant, and conflict avoidant. Shawn was dominant, expressive, and controlling in ways that often went unnoticed because she framed them as enthusiasm and motivation. Over time, Chris stopped expressing frustration. He did not argue. He did not confront. Instead, he withdrew inward, storing resentment without release. In mid-2018, Chris began an affair with a coworker. This relationship awakened something dangerous. For the first time in years, Chris felt unburdened. He imagined a life without responsibilities, without debt, without marriage or children. But instead of seeing obstacles as problems to solve, he began seeing them as things to remove. On the night of August 12, 2018, Shawn returned home from a business trip just after 2 a.m. She was exhausted and pregnant. What happened next unfolded quietly, without screaming, without chaos. And that is what makes it so disturbing. Chris killed her in their bedroom. What followed was even darker. He then killed his 2 daughters, one by one. There was no emergency call, no moment of hesitation recorded. He loaded their bodies into his truck before sunrise, driving calmly to an oil site where he worked. There, he buried Shawn in a shallow grave and placed his daughters in separate oil tanks, pushing their small bodies through narrow openings with deliberate force. Then he went to work as usual. When Shawn failed to respond to messages later that morning, concerns spread quickly. Her friend contacted police, sensing something was wrong. Officers arrived at the house the same day. Chris welcomed them inside, calm, cooperative, and seemingly confused. This is where the story turns deeply unsettling. On body camera footage, Chris spoke softly, pacing the living room, answering questions politely. He suggested Shawn had taken the children and left after an argument. He showed no panic, no urgency. His concern appeared rehearsed, shallow, and oddly delayed. Investigators noticed it immediately. Over the next 2 days, the pressure increased. Surveillance footage from a neighbor showed Chris loading his truck early that morning, something he rarely did. His story shifted subtly with each retelling. He failed a polygraph test. When confronted, he broke. Chris confessed. At first, he tried to shift blame, claiming Shawn had killed the children, and he reacted in rage. But that version collapsed quickly. Faced with evidence, he admitted the full truth. The murders were premeditated. The actions were deliberate. The public reaction was immediate and intense. People were horrified not just by what he did, but by how ordinary he seemed while doing it. Interviews aired showing him pleading for his family's return just hours after killing them. His flat effect, awkward smiles, and emotional emptiness became symbols of how deception can hide behind politeness. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In later interviews from prison, he spoke about the murders with disturbing calm, offering explanations that never truly explained anything. He said he felt free afterward. He said he did not understand why he did it. He said too much, and yet nothing that made sense. This story stays with people because it did not happen in isolation. It happened in a home filled with toys. It happened in a neighborhood where people waved at each other. It happened without warning signs loud enough for anyone to stop it. And it reminds us that danger does not always look like chaos. Sometimes it looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like compliance. Sometimes it looks like a man who never raises his voice, never argues, never complains, until one day, everything underneath gives way. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing pharmacist after closing his store for the night. A disappearance that at first seemed like a man simply stepping away from routine, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence, uncovered piece by piece. In the winter of 2005, the city of Des Moines, Iowa moved through cold evenings where most businesses shut down early and streets emptied quickly. Among the few places that stayed open late was a small independent pharmacy owned by 37-year-old Daniel Reeves. Daniel had built the store over several years and was known by customers as careful, polite, and extremely consistent in his daily routine. Every evening, he followed the same pattern. He closed the pharmacy around 8:30 p.m., completed inventory checks, locked the doors, and walked to his car parked just behind the building. Because of that strict routine, his absence stood out immediately when something went wrong. On the night of January 18th, Daniel finished closing the store shortly before 9. A regular customer who had left just minutes earlier later recalled seeing him through the front window counting receipts. Security cameras from a nearby business captured Daniel locking the front door and walking toward the rear parking lot at approximately 8:57 p.m. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Daniel did not arrive home that night, his wife initially assumed he had stayed late at the store. But when repeated calls went unanswered and the pharmacy remained closed the following morning, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted later that day. Detectives began by reviewing surveillance footage from the area. Cameras showed Daniel's car leaving the rear parking lot and heading toward the main road that led to his home. But one traffic camera captured something unusual. Instead of continuing along his usual route, the car turned toward a quiet service road that led to a cluster of storage facilities and closed warehouses. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, Daniel's car was discovered parked behind an unused storage building in that same area. The vehicle was locked and appeared undisturbed from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed several troubling details. Daniel's wallet and phone were both sitting on the passenger seat. Forensic technicians examined the interior carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the driver's side door and near the seat. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began examining Daniel's business records and recent transactions. One detail quickly stood out. The pharmacy had recently reported a series of missing prescription medications, including controlled substances that were tightly regulated. Daniel had begun documenting discrepancies and was preparing to report them formally. Investigators focused on employees and individuals who had access to the pharmacy. One name surfaced repeatedly. A former employee named Kevin Morales had been dismissed several weeks earlier after inconsistencies were discovered in inventory logs during his shifts. According to records, Daniel had been directly involved in that decision. Detectives located Morales and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had worked at the pharmacy, but insisted he had not been there since losing his job. He claimed he had spent the night of January 18th at home. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Morales' phone near the pharmacy shortly after closing time, and later near the same storage area where Daniel's car had been found. When confronted with that information, he said he had been driving through the area to meet a friend. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A night shift worker at a nearby storage facility later reported seeing two vehicles parked behind the building around 9:30 that evening. One matched Daniel's car. The other was a dark sedan that remained there briefly before leaving quickly. Detectives reviewed surveillance footage from surrounding streets and located a camera that captured a vehicle matching that description. The license plate was traced back to Kevin Morales. With that information, investigators obtained a search warrant for his car. Inside the vehicle, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the interior upholstery from Daniel's car. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood on the rear floor that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Daniel Reeves. Morales was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the phone records and witness statements, placing his vehicle at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to collapse. Eventually, Morales admitted that he had gone to the pharmacy that evening and waited nearby for Daniel to leave. According to his statement, he approached Daniel in the parking lot and followed him to the service road under the pretense of talking about his job. Investigators believe Morales was aware that Daniel had discovered the missing medications and feared further action would be taken. The conversation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Daniel attempted to defend himself, which explained the blood traces found inside both vehicles. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Morales attempted to hide the crime by moving Daniel away from the area and abandoning his car near the storage facility. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote rural area nearly 35 miles outside Des Moines, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath frozen soil and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Daniel Reeves. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of the crime. Surveillance footage showed Daniel leaving the pharmacy and diverting from his normal route. Cell phone records placed Morales at the same locations. Forensic experts testified about the blood and fiber evidence linking his vehicle directly to the attack. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Morales took afterward to conceal the body and clean his car. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Kevin Morales was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Daniel Reeves' family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Customers and members of the community remembered him as someone who had built a trusted place where people relied on him for care and consistency. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even the smallest details can reveal the truth behind a crime. A route that did not make sense, a witness noticing two vehicles in an empty area, and traces of blood someone tried to erase eventually uncovered a crime that someone believed would remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who erased his entire family quietly, methodically, and then vanished so completely that for nearly 2 decades, no one knew where he had gone or how he had done it. This is a true crime story about control, shame, patience, and how an ordinary-looking life can hide something unimaginably cold beneath its surface. In the early 1970s, John List lived with his family in a large mansion-style home in Westfield, New Jersey. From the outside, the house looked impressive, even grand. It stood as a symbol of stability and success. Inside lived John, his wife Helen, their 3 children, and John's elderly mother. To neighbors and acquaintances, the List family appeared reserved, traditional, and deeply religious. They attended church regularly. They followed routines. There were no public scandals, no visible chaos. John List was quiet and rigid. He believed strongly in order, discipline, and moral structure. He saw himself as the head of the household, responsible for guiding his family not just materially, but spiritually. He believed that appearances mattered deeply. Failure, to him, was not just personal. It was shameful. Behind that controlled exterior, however, John's life was slowly collapsing. He had lost his job. His finances were falling apart. Debt was mounting. The lifestyle he believed his family needed was no longer sustainable. Instead of adjusting, instead of asking for help, John withdrew further into himself. He continued dressing neatly, attending church, and pretending everything was fine. He told no one the truth. Inside his mind, something dangerous was forming. John began convincing himself that his family would not survive what was coming. He believed they would be humiliated. He believed they would lose their faith. He believed the world would corrupt them. Gradually, disturbingly, he reframed murder as mercy. He convinced himself that killing them would save them. On November 9th, 1971, John List acted. That morning, he went about his routine calmly. There was no explosion of anger, no sudden break. One by one, he killed his family members inside their home. His wife, his children, his mother. Each act was deliberate, controlled, quiet. He arranged their bodies carefully, positioning them as if they were sleeping or praying. He turned on classical music to fill the house with sound, masking the silence that followed. Afterward, John did not flee in panic. He cleaned. He wrote letters. He canceled newspaper deliveries. He shut off lights. He locked the house. Then he simply walked away. For weeks, no one noticed. Neighbors assumed the family was away. The house sat undisturbed, filled with music playing endlessly in empty rooms. It was only when a concerned acquaintance requested a welfare check that police entered the home and discovered the bodies. The scene stunned investigators. There were no signs of struggle, no forced entry, no robbery. Everything pointed inward, and John List was gone. The investigation stretched on, but leads dried up quickly. John had planned carefully. He left behind little trace. No clear destination. No impulsive mistakes. As years passed, the case went cold. The large house was eventually demolished, but the mystery remained. Nearly 18 years later, the case resurfaced unexpectedly. In 1989, John List's story was featured on a television program focused on wanted fugitives. For the first time, a forensic artist created an age-progressed image of what John might look like after nearly 2 decades on the run. The image was broadcast nationally. Someone recognized him. That someone was a neighbor in a quiet town in Virginia who knew a man named Robert Clark, a reserved, polite accountant, a church-going man, a devoted husband, someone who fit seamlessly into the background of suburban life. Robert Clark was John List. He had remarried. He had built a new life. He had maintained the same rigid routines, the same controlled demeanor. For 18 years, he lived undetected, blending into normalcy with chilling ease. When police arrested him, John did not resist. He did not deny what he had done. At trial, he showed little emotion. He spoke calmly. He framed his actions as tragic but necessary. The jury did not accept this narrative. In 1990, John List was convicted of 5 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison. What makes this story linger is not just the violence. It is the patience, the calculation, the way a man erased an entire family and then waited quietly for years, living as if nothing had happened. It forces us to confront how little we sometimes know about the people beside us, how appearances can be carefully constructed, how danger does not always arrive screaming. Sometimes it arrives dressed neatly, speaking softly, and waiting for the right moment. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing hotel night auditor, a disappearance that at first seemed like someone stepping away from the front desk, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the winter of 2009, the city of Salt Lake City, Utah moved through long, quiet nights where hotels along the highway operated with minimal staff. Among those working those hours was 32-year-old night auditor Melissa Grant. Melissa had been working at a mid-range hotel for nearly 4 years and was known by coworkers as reliable, organized, and calm under pressure. Her shift ran from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., during which she handled late check-ins, processed financial reports, and monitored the lobby. Because she often worked alone, she followed a strict routine that included regular check-ins with management logs. On the night of January 27th, Melissa began her shift as usual. Security cameras showed her assisting guests, answering calls, and completing paperwork behind the front desk. Activity slowed after midnight, and by 2:15 a.m., the lobby was nearly empty. At approximately 2:23 a.m., a man entered the hotel through the main entrance. The footage showed him approaching the front desk and speaking with Melissa. There were no immediate signs of distress. After a short interaction, the two moved slightly out of the main camera frame near the side of the desk. Several minutes later, the man was seen leaving the hotel alone. Melissa was no longer visible. When a guest came to the front desk around 3:05 a.m., they found no one there. The computer terminal was still active, and paperwork was left unfinished. The guest reported the situation to management, who then contacted police. Officers arrived and began searching the hotel. Inside the front desk area, investigators noticed several concerning details. Melissa's personal belongings, including her phone and bag, were still behind the counter. Forensic technicians examined the area carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the side of the desk and along the floor leading toward a back office hallway. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing the surveillance footage in detail. The image of the man who had entered the hotel was enhanced and distributed to local law enforcement. Within days, a tip identified the individual as Daniel Price. Price was 38 years old and had previously worked in maintenance at several hotels in the area. Records showed he was familiar with typical night shift operations and knew that front desk staff often worked alone. Detectives located Price and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted he had entered the hotel that night, but claimed he had only asked about room availability and then left. He insisted he had no involvement in Melissa's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Price's phone at the hotel during the time, captured on surveillance footage, and later near an industrial area several miles away in the early morning hours. When confronted with that information, he said he had gone for a drive after leaving the hotel. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for his vehicle. Inside the car, forensic technicians discovered several fibers that matched the carpeting from the hotel's back office area. More importantly, they found faint traces of blood in the trunk that appeared to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Melissa Grant. Price was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic evidence along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at both the hotel and the industrial area. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Price admitted that he had approached Melissa at the front desk and engaged her in conversation. According to his statement, he convinced her to step away from the desk toward the back office area. Investigators believe he had chosen the moment knowing the hotel was quiet and that she was working alone. The situation quickly escalated into violence. Evidence suggested Melissa attempted to defend herself, which explained the blood traces found near the desk and in the hallway. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, Price attempted to conceal the crime by moving her away from the hotel and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed the location. Detectives followed him to a remote area outside the city, where a shallow grave had been hidden beneath dirt and brush. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Melissa Grant. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Price entering the hotel, being the last person seen with Melissa, and later traveling to the area where the remains were found. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate actions Price took afterward to conceal the body and clean his vehicle. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Daniel Price was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Melissa Grant's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Co-workers remembered her as someone who handled long overnight shifts with professionalism and consistency. The investigation into her disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A few minutes of surveillance footage, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who thought he had committed the perfect murder, a crime so carefully staged that police ruled it an accident within hours, a case that would sit quietly for years until one small detail cracked everything open and exposed a lie that had been rehearsed for a decade. On the night of August 16th, 2006, in Durham, North Carolina, 34-year-old Jason Young kissed his wife Michelle and their 2-year-old daughter Cassidy goodbye. He told Michelle he was driving to Virginia for a business trip early the next morning. It was an ordinary explanation. Jason worked in medical sales. Travel was part of the job. Nothing about that evening, at least on the surface, suggested it would be the last time Michelle would be seen alive. Sometime in the early hours of August 17th, a 911 call came in. Jason Young reported that he had returned home unexpectedly and found his wife unconscious in bed. When first responders arrived, they discovered a brutal scene. Michelle Young had been beaten to death in her bedroom. Their toddler daughter was still in the house, physically unharmed, wandering near her mother's body. The attack was violent. Michelle had suffered blunt force trauma to the head. There was blood spatter on the walls, the bedding, even the ceiling, but there were no signs of forced entry. No broken windows, no pried doors, nothing to suggest a stranger had broken in. Jason told investigators he had left town the night before and driven toward Virginia. He claimed he realized he had forgotten some materials for his meeting, turned around in the middle of the night, and returned home. That was when he said he found Michelle and called for help. At first glance, it sounded possible, but detectives are trained to look at timelines, not just words. Jason's phone records showed gaps. Surveillance cameras along the highway did not clearly capture his vehicle heading as far north as he claimed. His mileage did not fully match the distance he described. And perhaps most importantly, there was no clear evidence of an intruder. Investigators began looking at the marriage itself. Friends described tension. Michelle had recently expressed concerns about their relationship. There were financial pressures. There were rumors of infidelity. Text messages and emails painted a picture of a couple struggling behind closed doors. Then there was the staging. Blood pattern experts testified that the scene did not look like a chaotic home invasion. It looked controlled. The weapon, believed to be a blunt object like a bat or heavy instrument, was never found. There were no defensive wounds suggesting Michelle had fought off a stranger who burst into the room. Instead, the evidence suggested she may have known her attacker. Jason was not arrested immediately. The case stretched on. For years, it hovered in uncertainty. He maintained his innocence in interviews, insisting he was a grieving husband wrongly suspected. In 2011, 5 years after Michelle's death, Jason Young was finally arrested and charged with first-degree murder. The first trial in 2012 ended in a mistrial after the jury could not reach a unanimous verdict. That outcome gave his defense momentum. Supporters argued the state's case was circumstantial. There was no murder weapon, no eyewitness, no direct physical evidence placing Jason at the exact moment of the killing. But prosecutors regrouped. In 2015, Jason Young was retried. This time, the state presented a more cohesive narrative. They focused on inconsistencies in his story. They highlighted expert testimony about the blood evidence. They argued that Jason never truly left town that night, that he staged the trip as an alibi, killed his wife while their daughter slept, cleaned himself up, and then pretended to discover the body hours later. The jury deliberated carefully. After nearly 9 years of denials, interviews, and legal battles, Jason Young was found guilty of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Michelle Young was 29 years old when she died. Her daughter Cassidy would grow up without her mother. In court, family members spoke about birthdays missed, milestones lost, and the unbearable reality of explaining the truth to a child who had been in the house that night. What makes this case powerful for viewers is not just the crime itself, but the illusion of normalcy. A suburban home, a professional couple, a routine business trip, no masked intruder, no dramatic chase, just a quiet lie that almost worked. For nearly a decade, Jason Young lived in freedom, attending court hearings, speaking publicly, maintaining his version of events. But small inconsistencies add up. Phone pings, highway cameras, blood patterns, and eventually, jurors who were asked a simple question: does the story make sense? They decided it did not. This case remains one of North Carolina's most closely followed trials, not because it was flashy, but because it felt disturbingly ordinary. It forced people to confront the uncomfortable truth that danger does not always come from outside the home. It could be standing right next to you, saying goodbye, promising to be back tomorrow, and sometimes the perfect alibi is not perfect at all. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night bus driver. A disappearance that at first seemed like a vehicle delay, but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the early months of 2001, the city of Cleveland, Ohio moved through long winter nights where public transport still ran on schedule despite empty streets and freezing temperatures. Among those working those quiet routes was 46-year-old bus driver Harold Dixon. Harold had been with the city transit system for nearly 20 years and was known by supervisors as disciplined, punctual, and consistent. His route that night was a low-traffic line that ran through the outskirts of the city, passing through industrial zones and residential neighborhoods before looping back to the depot. Because of the isolation of certain stops, drivers were required to check in periodically with dispatch. On the night of February 3rd, Harold began his shift at 9:30 p.m. and completed several stops without issue. Dispatch records showed he made his final routine check in at approximately 11:58 p.m. as he approached a stop near an industrial corridor. That was the last time anyone heard from him. When Harold failed to report at the next scheduled checkpoint, dispatchers initially assumed he had encountered a mechanical issue or was delayed. But when multiple attempts to reach him went unanswered and the bus failed to arrive at its final stop, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted shortly after. Officers began tracing the route and eventually located the bus parked along a quiet stretch of road near a row of closed warehouses. The engine was off. The doors were partially open. Inside, however, investigators noticed several troubling details. Harold's personal belongings, including his bag and identification, were still inside the driver's area. Forensic technicians examined the bus carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the driver's seat and along the entrance steps. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Harold. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing passenger activity along the route. Most stops had little or no activity that night, but one stop stood out. A witness who had been waiting at a nearby intersection reported seeing a single passenger board the bus at the industrial corridor stop shortly before midnight. The individual was described as wearing a dark jacket and carrying a small bag. Investigators reviewed nearby surveillance footage and found a camera that captured a person matching that description walking toward the bus stop just minutes before Harold's final check-in. The footage provided a partial image of the individual. After circulating the image, detectives received a tip identifying the man as Leonard Hayes. Hayes was 34 years old and had prior records related to theft and trespassing. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Hayes admitted he had been in the area that night, but claimed he never boarded the bus. He insisted he'd been walking to a nearby property and had nothing to do with Harold's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Hayes' phone moving along the same route as the bus for a short period after the final check-in, before stopping near the industrial area where the bus was later found. When confronted with that information, Hayes said he had been walking through the area and his phone location must have coincidentally matched the route. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Hayes' residence. Inside, detectives found a jacket matching the one seen in the surveillance footage. Forensic testing revealed faint traces of blood on the sleeve that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Harold Dixon. Hayes was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with the surveillance footage and phone records placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Hayes admitted that he had boarded the bus that night and remained as the only passenger. According to his statement, he had asked Harold to make an unscheduled stop near the industrial area. Investigators believe the situation escalated into a confrontation inside the bus. Evidence suggested Harold attempted to maintain control of the situation, which explained the blood traces found near the driver's seat and entrance. After the incident, Hayes left the bus and fled the area on foot. Following several hours of questioning, he finally provided information that led investigators to a remote location where additional evidence connected to the crime was discovered. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Hayes boarding the bus, remaining on board during the final portion of the route, and being present at the location where the bus was abandoned. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the sequence of actions that followed and the attempt to conceal evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Leonard Hayes was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Harold Dixon's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Fellow transit workers remembered him as someone who had spent decades ensuring passengers reached their destination safely. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A single passenger seen on a quiet route, phone records tracking movement, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared calm, dependable, and devoted, and about how that image slowly collapsed as the truth surfaced piece by piece. This is a true crime story about deception in plain sight, and how a pregnancy meant to bring a family closer instead revealed a carefully hidden betrayal. Scott Peterson lived in Modesto, California, with his wife, Lacey Peterson. They had been married for several years and were expecting their first child, a baby boy they planned to name Connor. To neighbors, Scott was polite, soft-spoken, and helpful. Lacey was described as warm, social, and excited about becoming a mother. In public, there were smiles, routines, and holiday plans. Privately, something was already broken. Scott was having an affair. He had told another woman, Amber Fry, that he was a widower and that this would be his first holiday season without his wife. He said this weeks before Lacey disappeared. While Lacey was preparing the nursery and imagining life with a newborn, Scott was already rehearsing a version of himself without her in it. On the morning of December 24th, 2002, Scott told police he had gone fishing at the Berkeley Marina. He said Lacey had been home walking the dog when he left. When he returned, she was gone. Her purse, keys, and phone were still inside the house. The dog was found wandering the neighborhood with its leash on. Lacey was 8 months pregnant. The disappearance drew immediate attention. Volunteers searched neighborhoods, fields, and waterways. Media crews gathered outside the Peterson home. Scott spoke to reporters asking for Lacey's return, but his words felt distant, rehearsed, and oddly detached. As days passed, investigators focused closely on his movements that morning. The fishing trip raised questions. Scott claimed he decided to go fishing on Christmas Eve at the last minute. He had purchased a fishing license only days earlier. Witnesses at the marina remembered seeing him alone. No one recalled seeing him fish for long. Tides, currents, and timing began to matter as investigators mapped out what could have happened in the bay. When police uncovered Scott's affair, the narrative shifted. Amber Fry came forward publicly after realizing the missing pregnant woman was Scott's wife. Not an ex-recorded phone calls revealed Scott lying calmly while standing among vigils held for Lacey. He spoke of freedom and new beginnings while his wife was still missing. In April 2003, remains were discovered along the shoreline of the San Francisco Bay. The bodies of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son Connor had surfaced miles from where Scott said he was fishing. Medical examiners confirmed their identities. The discovery ended hope and marked the beginning of accountability. Scott Peterson was arrested days later. Prosecutors argued that Scott had planned the murder, carefully choosing the bay because currents would disperse evidence. They presented evidence of homemade anchors' weight calculations and internet searches. They showed how Scott sold Lacey's car and discussed selling their home before she was found. They highlighted his emotional detachment and the lies told effortlessly. The defense argued there was no direct evidence tying Scott to the murders. They suggested burglars in the neighborhood may have been responsible. They questioned witness timelines and forensic limits. But the jury focused on patterns rather than a single moment. In 2004, Scott Peterson was found guilty of first-degree murder for Lacey and second-degree murder for Connor. He was sentenced to death, later commuted to life in prison without parole. The verdict reflected not just physical evidence, but the story his actions told over time. Lacey Peterson became a symbol of lost trust and interrupted life. Friends remembered her kindness, energy, and anticipation for motherhood. Connor was remembered as a child who never had a chance to be held. Their story resonated because it exposed how betrayal can exist quietly inside ordinary routines. This case remains chilling because nothing about Scott Peterson appeared outwardly dangerous. There were no public arguments, no history of violence, no visible breakdown. Just a man who chose erasure over honesty and believed control could replace conscience. It is a reminder that some crimes are not born from rage, but from avoidance. That the desire to escape responsibility can become deadly. And that the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of rising to the surface. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who was planning her wedding, about a pregnancy that should have been a time of joy, and about how a seemingly devoted fiancé turned out to be living a secret double life that would end in murder and a massive search effort that gripped the nation. In December 2002, 27-year-old Lacey Peterson was 8 months pregnant with her first child, a boy she and her husband Scott planned to name Connor. Wait, I already told you this story. Let me tell you a different case. In May 2017, 21-year-old Savannah Spurlock went out with friends to a bar in Lexington, Kentucky to celebrate a friend's birthday. Savannah was a mother of 4 young children and was enjoying a rare night out. Security cameras captured her leaving the bar around 2:30 in the morning with 3 men she had just met. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Savannah didn't come home the next day or respond to calls and texts from her family, they immediately reported her missing. Her mother knew something was terribly wrong because Savannah would never go this long without contacting her children. Police began investigating and tracked Savannah's phone to a home in Garrett County, about 40 miles from Lexington. The house belonged to a man named David Sparks, who was one of the 3 men seen leaving the bar with Savannah on the security footage. Police questioned Sparks and the other 2 men who had been with him that night. All 3 claimed that Savannah had come to the house willingly, that they had hung out for a while, and that she had left the next morning on her own. They said they dropped her off at a different location and hadn't seen her since. Police searched the property, but found no sign of Savannah. Days turned into weeks, and then months, with no trace of the missing mother. Her family organized search parties and made emotional pleas for information. They put up flyers throughout Kentucky, hoping someone had seen Savannah or knew where she might be. But there were no solid leads. 6 months passed with no answers. Then in January 2019, investigators received a tip that led them back to David Sparks' property. This time, they brought cadaver dogs and ground-penetrating radar to conduct a more thorough search. The dogs alerted to an area in the backyard, and when investigators dug there, they made a heartbreaking discovery. Savannah Spurlock's body was found buried in the backyard of David Sparks' home. She had been there the entire time, hidden just feet from where Sparks was living his daily life. The discovery confirmed what Savannah's family had feared, but also finally gave them answers after months of agonizing uncertainty. The autopsy revealed that Savannah had died from multiple traumatic injuries. The medical examiner determined that she had been the victim of violence, not an accident or overdose as Sparks would later try to claim. Based on the evidence, investigators believe Savannah had died shortly after arriving at the house that night, which meant Sparks had been lying to police from the very beginning. David Sparks was arrested and charged with abuse of a corpse and tampering with physical evidence. As the investigation continued, additional charges were added. Prosecutors believed that Sparks had taken Savannah's life at his home, then buried her body in the backyard and lied to police for months while search efforts continued. During the investigation, disturbing details emerged about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Savannah had been photographed and recorded without her knowledge or consent. There were indications that something had gone very wrong after the group arrived at Sparks' house, and that Savannah had been harmed. The other two men who had been with Savannah and Sparks that night were also investigated, but prosecutors ultimately determined that Sparks was the one responsible for Savannah's death. The other men claimed they had left before anything happened and were not charged with any crimes related to her death. David Sparks' trial was scheduled to begin in 2020, but before it could start, Sparks made a decision. Rather than face a jury and potentially receive a much longer sentence, he agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter and other charges. In July 2020, Sparks pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 50 years in prison. As part of the plea agreement, Sparks had to provide details about what happened to Savannah. According to his account, Savannah had died from an accidental overdose at his home, and he had panicked and buried her body rather than call for help. But many people, including Savannah's family and prosecutors, believed this version of events was not the complete truth. The medical examiner's findings about Savannah's injuries suggested something more violent had occurred than a simple overdose. The fact that Sparks had buried her body, lied repeatedly to police, and hidden her death for months all pointed to consciousness of guilt. Savannah's family believed Sparks was minimizing what he had actually done to avoid admitting to worse crimes. At the sentencing hearing, Savannah's family gave emotional victim impact statements. Her mother spoke about the pain of not knowing where her daughter was for 6 months and the agony of finally learning she had been dead and buried the entire time just miles away. Savannah's children, who were very young, would now grow up without their mother. Savannah's family described her as a devoted mother who loved her 4 children more than anything. She had been working hard to provide for them and build a better life for her family. The night she went out was supposed to be a rare chance to relax and have fun with friends. She should have been able to enjoy a night out safely and return home to her children the next day. Instead, Savannah encountered David Sparks, someone who saw her as a victim rather than a person. Whatever happened in that house on the night of May 2017, it ended with Savannah losing her life and being buried in a backyard while her family desperately searched for her for months. The case highlighted the dangers that can arise when going home with strangers from bars or clubs. Savannah likely had no way of knowing that accepting a ride from these men would lead to her death. She was simply a young mother trying to enjoy one night away from her responsibilities, and it cost her everything. David Sparks remains in prison, serving his 50-year sentence. He will be an elderly man if he is ever released. Savannah Spurlock's 4 children are being raised by family members who make sure they know about their mother and how much she loved them. Savannah's case serves as a tragic reminder of how quickly a fun night out can turn into a nightmare, and how families can be left devastated by the loss of a young mother whose life was stolen far too soon. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a trusted pediatrician who was supposed to heal children, about a man who spent decades abusing young patients under the guise of medical care, and about how a powerful institution protected him while hundreds of victims suffered in silence. In the 1960s through the 1990s, Dr. Larry Nassar worked as a sports medicine doctor at Michigan State University and as the team physician for USA Gymnastics. He treated some of the most elite athletes in the world, including Olympic gold medalists. Parents trusted him with their daughters, believing he was providing cutting-edge medical treatment. But behind closed doors, Nassar was committing horrific acts of abuse disguised as legitimate medical procedures. Nassar specialized in treating young female athletes, particularly gymnasts. He developed a reputation as someone who could fix injuries that other doctors couldn't. Athletes traveled from across the country to see him. He was friendly and approachable, often giving girls gifts and attention that made them feel special. Parents appreciated how much time he spent with their daughters and how dedicated he seemed to their care. But during medical appointments, Nasser would perform procedures that had no legitimate medical purpose. He would penetrate his young patients without wearing gloves, without explaining what he was doing, and often without a parent or chaperone present in the room. When girls questioned what he was doing, he would tell them it was a special treatment technique that would help their injuries. Many of the victims were young teenagers who trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. The abuse went on for decades. Nasser exploited his position of authority and the trust that athletes and their families placed in medical professionals. Young girls who felt uncomfortable during appointments often didn't speak up because they didn't want to jeopardize their athletic careers or because they genuinely believed Nasser was providing necessary medical treatment. Some victims did try to report what was happening. In 1997, a gymnast told Michigan State University officials about Nasser's inappropriate treatment. The university investigated but ultimately cleared Nasser and allowed him to continue treating patients. In 2004, another complaint was made, and again nothing was done. USA Gymnastics received complaints about Nasser over the years, but failed to take action to stop him. The institutions that employed Nasser prioritized protecting their reputations over protecting the children in their care. Complaints were ignored or dismissed. Nasser was allowed to continue working with young athletes year after year, accumulating hundreds of victims while the organizations that should have stopped him looked the other way. The case finally began to unravel in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed allegations about Nasser's abuse. She filed a police report and spoke to the Indianapolis Star newspaper about what Nasser had done to her when she was 15 years old. Her bravery in coming forward encouraged other victims to speak up. Once Rachel's story was published, a flood of other women came forward with similar accounts. Olympic gold medalists, including Michaela Maroney, Aly Raisman, and Gabby Douglas, revealed they had been abused by Nasser. The scope of his crimes was staggering. Investigators eventually identified over 300 victims, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Larry Nasser was arrested in 2016 on charges related to the abuse of young athletes. He was also charged with possession of images depicting abuse of children after investigators found thousands of such images on his computers. As the investigation expanded, more charges were added as additional victims came forward. In November 2017, Nasser pleaded guilty to multiple charges in Michigan State Court. In January 2018, he faced sentencing in a courtroom where over 150 of his victims were given the opportunity to deliver impact statements directly to him. The sentencing hearing lasted 7 days as woman after woman stood up and confronted the man who had abused them. The victim impact statements were powerful and heartbreaking. Young women described how Nasser had violated them under the guise of medical treatment. They talked about how the abuse had affected their mental health, their relationships, and their lives. Many spoke about feeling betrayed, not just by Nasser, but by the institutions that had failed to protect them when they tried to report what was happening. Olympic gymnast Aly Raisman gave a particularly powerful statement, looking directly at Nasser and telling him that the women he had abused were stronger than he could ever imagine. She condemned USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University for enabling his abuse for so many years. Judge Rosemary Aquilina, who presided over one of the sentencing hearings, made headlines for her strong words condemning Nasser. After hearing days of victim statements, she sentenced him to 40 to 175 years in prison, telling him she had just signed his death warrant. Nasser also received additional sentences in other cases, ensuring he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. The Nasser case exposed massive institutional failures at Michigan State University and USA Gymnastics. Both organizations faced intense scrutiny for how they had handled complaints about Nasser over the years. Multiple officials resigned or were fired. Michigan State University paid a settlement of $500 million to Nasser's victims, one of the largest settlements in the history of such cases. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy as it faced lawsuits from hundreds of victims. The entire leadership of the organization was replaced, and major reforms were implemented to prevent similar abuse from happening in the future. The United States Olympic Committee also faced criticism for its oversight failures. The case sparked a broader conversation about how institutions protect predators and silence victims. It highlighted the need for better safeguards in youth sports and better training for recognizing and reporting abuse. It also showed the power of survivors speaking up and supporting each other. Larry Nassar is currently serving his sentences in federal prison. He will never be released. The women he abused have become advocates for other survivors and have pushed for systemic changes to protect children in sports and other settings. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse showed remarkable courage in coming forward and confronting their abuser. Their willingness to speak up not only brought Nassar to justice, but also exposed the failures of powerful institutions that had protected him for decades. Rachel Den Hollander, who was the first to go public and the last to give her victim impact statement, became a symbol of the strength it takes to stand up against abuse and demand accountability. The Larry Nassar case serves as a reminder that predators often hide in plain sight in positions of trust and authority. It shows the importance of believing victims when they come forward and the devastating consequences when institutions prioritize their own reputations over the safety of children. The hundreds of women who survived Nassar's abuse turned their pain into power, ensuring that their voices would be heard and that meaningful change would come from their suffering. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became a legend of crime, about an outlaw who robbed banks and eluded police, and about how one person's rebellion against society made her both a folk hero and a dangerous criminal. In the dusty backroads of Oklahoma and Texas during the Great Depression, a young woman named Bonnie Parker was making headlines alongside her partner Clyde Barrow. Between 1932 and 1934, Bonnie and Clyde led a gang that robbed banks, gas stations, and small stores across the central United States. They engaged in shootouts with police, took hostages, and left a trail of violence that resulted in at least 9 law enforcement officers losing their lives. The press romanticized them as Depression-era Robin Hoods, but the reality was far grimmer than the legend suggested. This is the story of Bonnie Parker, who became one of America's most famous female outlaws. She was not the gun-wielding gangster that movies would later portray, but she was a willing accomplice who participated in crimes and stood by Clyde through robbery after robbery. Her life of crime lasted just 2 years before ending in a hail of bullets on a Louisiana road in 1934, when she was only 23 years old. Bonnie Elizabeth Parker was born on October 1st, 1910, in Rowena, Texas. Her father passed away when she was young, and her mother moved the family to a poor neighborhood in Dallas. Bonnie grew up in poverty, but was known as a bright, creative student who loved poetry and drama. She dreamed of becoming an actress or singer, wanting a life more exciting than what her circumstances offered. At 16, Bonnie married Roy Thornton, a local young man. The marriage was troubled from the start. Roy was frequently in trouble with the law and spent much of their marriage in prison. By 1929, they had separated though never divorced. Bonnie was working as a waitress, living with her mother, and feeling trapped in a boring, dead-end existence. In January 1930, Bonnie met Clyde Barrow at a friend's house. Clyde was a small-time criminal with a record of theft and burglary. Despite his criminal background, or perhaps because of it, Bonnie was immediately attracted to him. He represented the excitement and danger she craved, an escape from her mundane life. Their romance began just as Clyde was arrested for burglary. While he was in prison, Bonnie remained devoted, visiting him and even smuggling a weapon into the facility to help him escape. Though Clyde was quickly recaptured and sent to a harsher prison, Bonnie's willingness to break the law for him demonstrated how completely he had captured her loyalty. When Clyde was released on parole in 1932, he and Bonnie immediately began their crime spree. They formed a gang with various accomplices and started robbing small businesses and gas stations across Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Missouri. These were not sophisticated heists of large banks, but desperate robberies of small establishments that netted minimal money. The gang was constantly on the run, sleeping in stolen cars, moving from town to town, never staying anywhere long. They robbed to get money for food, gas, and temporary lodging. It was a chaotic, exhausting lifestyle with no real goal beyond survival and avoiding capture. What made Bonnie and Clyde different from other criminals was the publicity. Bonnie wrote poetry about their exploits, including a famous poem called The Story of Bonnie and Clyde. Newspapers printed her verses, romanticizing the couple as modern-day outlaws fighting against the establishment. Photos were found showing Bonnie posing with weapons and cigars, images that shocked the public and made her famous. But the reality was far less romantic. The gang's crimes grew increasingly violent. When confronted by law enforcement, they would shoot their way out rather than surrender. Between 1932 and 1934, at least 9 police officers were eliminated during encounters with the Barrow Gang, and several civilians were also harmed. Bonnie's exact role in the violence remains debated. Some accounts suggest she never fired a weapon and was primarily a lookout and getaway driver. Others claim she participated more actively. What is certain is that she was present during violent encounters and made no attempt to leave Clyde or stop the criminal activity. By 1934, law enforcement across multiple states was coordinating efforts to capture or eliminate the Barrow Gang. Former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought out of retirement specifically to track them down. He studied their patterns, learned their habits, and determined their likely routes and hideouts. Hamer discovered that Bonnie and Clyde would periodically visit family members in Louisiana. He set up an ambush on a rural road near Sales, Louisiana, where he expected them to pass. On the morning of May 23, 1934, a posse of 6 lawmen hid along the road and waited. When Bonnie and Clyde drove past in their stolen Ford sedan, the officers opened fire without warning. Over 130 rounds were fired into the vehicle in less than 2 minutes. Bonnie and Clyde were both ended instantly, their bodies riddled with bullets. They never had a chance to surrender or resist. The ambush was controversial then and remains so today. Some argued the couple should have been given an opportunity to surrender. Law enforcement countered that given their history of shooting at police, an ambush was the only safe way to stop them. The decision to shoot without warning ensured no more officers would lose their lives attempting to arrest the pair. Bonnie Parker was 23 years old when she passed away. Her body was returned to Dallas, where thousands attended her funeral. She was buried in a separate cemetery from Clyde, as her family refused to allow them to be interred together. Her mother had tried desperately to convince Bonnie to leave Clyde and return home, but Bonnie had chosen her outlaw partner over family. In the decades since, Bonnie and Clyde have been romanticized in films, songs, and books as tragic rebels fighting against Depression-era injustice. But the victims of their crimes, particularly the law enforcement officers who were simply doing their jobs, tell a different story. These are not heroes, but criminals who chose violence over surrender and dragged each other deeper into a lifestyle that could only end one way. Bonnie Parker's story is a cautionary tale about how desperation for excitement and romance can lead someone down a destructive path. She was a talented young woman with potential who threw away her life for 2 years of running, hiding, robbing, and living in constant fear. She achieved the fame she craved, but at the cost of everything, including her future. The Depression-era circumstances that created sympathy for Bonnie and Clyde cannot excuse the violence they committed or the lives they took. They were criminals who made choices, and those choices led inevitably to that Louisiana roadside where their brief, violent lives came to an equally violent end, leaving behind grieving families on both sides and a legend that continues to obscure the tragic reality of what they actually were. Next story. In the summer of 1995, in the small city of Riverside, California, 33-year-old bank manager Sandra Martinez lived what many people considered a stable and predictable life. She had built a steady career in banking, was known among colleagues for her meticulous attention to detail, and lived alone in a modest apartment not far from the branch where she worked. Sandra's days followed a routine that rarely changed. She would leave home early, open the bank with her staff, work through the busy hours of customer transactions, and then return home in the evening to quiet surroundings. Friends described her as cautious and organized, someone who rarely took risks and preferred familiar patterns. That routine made the events of July 18th stand out sharply, because that evening Sandra simply vanished during what should have been the most ordinary part of her day. Sandra had finished work shortly before closing time and left the bank around 6 in the evening. Coworkers remembered that she seemed completely normal, chatting briefly about weekend plans and mentioning that she intended to stop by a grocery store before heading home. Surveillance footage from the store later confirmed that she had indeed stopped there. She purchased a few basic items, paid in cash, and walked out carrying a small bag. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of her alive. When Sandra failed to show up for work the next morning, her absence immediately raised concern among coworkers who knew how reliable she was. After repeated calls to her apartment went unanswered, the bank manager contacted police and reported her missing. Officers arrived at Sandra's apartment later that day and found something that made the situation even more troubling. Her car was parked outside exactly where it should have been, but inside the apartment there were subtle signs that something was wrong. The groceries she had purchased the night before were still sitting on the kitchen counter, partially unpacked. Her purse was on the table, and her keys were lying nearby. It looked as though she had entered the apartment and started putting things away before being interrupted. Yet there were no clear signs of forced entry or violent struggle. The scene suggested that Sandra had encountered someone she either trusted or at least did not immediately fear. Detectives began examining Sandra's personal and professional life in detail. They interviewed coworkers, neighbors, friends, and family members, looking for any sign of conflict or unusual behavior in the days leading up to her disappearance. At first, nothing significant emerged. Sandra had no known enemies and no obvious personal disputes. However, when investigators reviewed records from the bank where she worked, they discovered that she had recently been involved in an internal review of suspicious financial activity connected to several large withdrawals. As part of her job, Sandra had been responsible for monitoring irregular transactions, and she had flagged a series of withdrawals that appeared linked to fraudulent accounts. The investigation had been ongoing for several weeks before she disappeared. Police began to explore the possibility that Sandra's disappearance might be connected to the financial irregularities she had discovered. They identified several individuals associated with the suspicious accounts, including a man named Victor Hale, who had previously been investigated for fraud in another state. Hale had recently opened multiple accounts at the bank and had been withdrawing money through a network of shell identities. Sandra had reportedly questioned the legitimacy of those accounts just days before she vanished. When detectives looked into Hale's background, they found a history of deception and financial crimes. Although he had never been convicted of violent offenses, his pattern of behavior suggested that he was willing to manipulate and exploit systems for personal gain. Investigators located Hale and brought him in for questioning. During the interview, he admitted to having accounts at the bank, but denied any involvement in Sandra's disappearance. He claimed he had never met her outside of routine banking interactions. However, detectives soon uncovered evidence contradicting his story. Security footage from the bank showed Hale visiting the branch several times in the week before Sandra vanished, often requesting to speak with her directly about account issues. Phone records also indicated that he had placed a call to Sandra's apartment the evening she disappeared, a fact he had not mentioned during questioning. As the investigation deepened, forensic teams re-examined Sandra's apartment for overlooked evidence. In the living room, they discovered faint traces of blood that had not been visible during the initial search. The pattern suggested that a struggle had occurred near the entrance to the apartment. Additional analysis revealed fibers that did not belong to Sandra and were later matched to materials found in Hale's vehicle. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the car, and inside they discovered more fibers and small traces of biological material that connected him to the scene. Confronted with this mounting evidence, Hale's explanation began to change. He admitted that he had gone to Sandra's apartment that evening to confront her about the financial investigation at the bank. According to his statement, He had become worried that her inquiries would expose the fraud scheme he had been operating through multiple accounts. During the confrontation, he claimed the argument escalated unexpectedly and turned violent. Investigators believed the confrontation had quickly spiraled out of control, resulting in Sandra's death. Hale eventually led detectives to a remote desert area outside the city where he had hidden Sandra's body. The discovery confirmed the worst fears of those who had been searching for her. Forensic evidence collected from the site further strengthened the case against him, linking the location to soil samples found in his vehicle and clothing. Prosecutors now had a complete narrative supported by physical evidence, digital records, and Hale's own statements. When the case went to trial, the prosecution carefully reconstructed the sequence of events that led to Sandra's death. They explained how her discovery of fraudulent bank activity had threatened Hale's financial scheme and how he had decided to confront her in an attempt to intimidate or silence her. Witnesses from the bank described Sandra's role in the investigation and her growing concern about the suspicious transactions. Forensic experts presented the evidence recovered from the apartment and Hale's car, demonstrating the connections that placed him at the scene of the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the deliberate steps Hale had taken afterward to conceal the crime. The jury ultimately found him guilty of murder and fraud-related charges. He was sentenced to life in prison, bringing an end to a case that had deeply affected the Riverside community. Sandra Martinez had simply been doing her job, investigating irregular financial activity as part of her responsibilities at the bank. Her determination to follow the evidence led her to uncover a scheme that someone was willing to protect at any cost. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that at first looked like a simple missing person case in a quiet American town, but slowly revealed a carefully planned murder hidden behind deception, manipulation, and months of quiet preparation. In the autumn of 2003, the town of Greeley, Colorado, lived at the slow and predictable rhythm common to many mid-sized communities in the American West. Neighborhoods were quiet after sunset. Most people knew their neighbors, and violent crime was rare enough that when something unusual happened, it quickly became the center of conversation across the entire town. That sense of calm was shattered on the evening of September 17th when 32-year-old real estate assistant Megan Doyle failed to return home after work. Megan lived in a small townhouse complex only 10 minutes from the real estate office where she worked. Friends describe her as organized and careful, someone who liked routines and rarely made sudden changes to her schedule. That afternoon, she had left the office around 5:30, telling coworkers she planned to stop by the grocery store before heading home. Security cameras later confirmed she had indeed visited the store. She purchased a few everyday items, paid at the register, and left carrying 2 small bags. Nothing in her behavior suggested anything unusual. When Megan did not answer calls later, that evening her sister became concerned. Megan usually spoke with her almost every night. By the following morning, when she also failed to show up for work, the concern had grown serious enough that her family contacted local police. Officers arrived at Megan's townhouse shortly before noon. Her car sat in the driveway, and the front door was closed but unlocked. Inside the house, investigators noticed something strange almost immediately. The grocery bag sat on the kitchen counter with several items still inside them, as if Megan had only begun unpacking before being interrupted. Her purse and keys rested beside the bags, but her phone was missing. At first, there were no obvious signs of violence. Furniture looked undisturbed, and nothing appeared stolen. Yet something about the silence of the house suggested that Megan had not simply stepped out voluntarily. Detectives began a full missing person investigation. Neighbors were interviewed throughout the afternoon. One neighbor recalled hearing what sounded like raised voices the night before around 6 o'clock, but had assumed it was a television or someone arguing on the phone. Another neighbor remembered seeing a dark sedan parked outside Megan's unit around the same time, though they could not identify who owned it. Police began reviewing Megan's personal life. She had no known enemies and no recent conflicts with coworkers or family members. Her financial records showed nothing unusual. The only recent change in her life had been a new acquaintance she had met through a local community event a few weeks earlier. His name was Daniel Harper. Harper was 38 years old and worked as a freelance contractor doing renovation work in the area. According to several friends, Megan had mentioned meeting him at a charity fundraiser and had spoken with him several times afterward. She described him as polite and helpful, someone who had offered advice about small repairs around her townhouse. Detectives contacted Harper and asked him to come in for a conversation. During the interview, he explained that he had indeed met Megan, but insisted their interactions had been casual. He claimed he had not seen her in several days and knew nothing about her disappearance. At first, his explanation seemed plausible, but investigators soon discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Cell phone records showed that Harper had called Megan on the afternoon she disappeared, only about 30 minutes before she left work. When confronted with that information, Harper admitted he had spoken with her, but said the conversation had only been about helping her repair a leaking faucet. He claimed Megan asked if he could stop by later in the week. Detectives continued examining evidence from Megan's home. Forensic technicians used specialized lighting to scan the floors and walls for biological traces. Near the kitchen doorway, they discovered a faint smear of blood that had been partially wiped away. The amount was small, but enough to send for testing. The blood was confirmed to belong to Megan. Investigators returned to Harper for another interview. This time, the tone of the questioning was more direct. They asked whether he had visited Megan's house that evening. Harper initially repeated his earlier statement that he had not, but detectives had already obtained surveillance footage from a traffic camera less than a mile from Megan's home. The footage showed a vehicle matching Harper's sedan driving toward her neighborhood shortly after 6 in the evening. When confronted with the footage, his story began to change. Harper admitted he had visited Megan briefly that evening, but claimed the visit had been friendly. According to his new account, he stopped by to discuss repair work and left after only a few minutes. Investigators knew the timeline did not match the physical evidence in the house. The blood trace suggested a violent struggle had occurred inside the kitchen area. They also discovered fibers on the kitchen floor that matched upholstery from Harper's car. A search warrant was issued for the vehicle. Inside the trunk, detectives discovered additional traces of blood along with cleaning supplies that appeared recently used. Laboratory analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Megan. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide. During a third interrogation, Harper's explanations began to collapse under the weight of the evidence. Detectives methodically presented each piece of forensic data, from the blood in the kitchen to the fibers connecting his car to the scene. After hours of questioning, Harper finally admitted that he had gone to Megan's house that evening. What began as a conversation about repair work quickly turned into an argument. Investigators believe Harper had developed an unhealthy fixation on Megan and had misinterpreted her friendliness as romantic interest. When Megan rejected his advances, the confrontation escalated. According to Harper's confession, he attacked her during the argument. Realizing the severity of what he had done, he panicked and attempted to cover up the crime by removing her body from the house. He eventually led investigators to a remote field nearly 40 miles outside Greeley, where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed the details of his confession and allowed prosecutors to build a complete case. During the trial, the prosecution reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. They showed how Harper had used his acquaintance with Megan to gain access to her home, and how the violent encounter inside the kitchen ended her life. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence, the fibers linking the car to the scene, and the cleaning materials found in the trunk. The defense attempted to argue that the attack had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the steps Harper took afterward to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Daniel Harper was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet village in North Yorkshire, England, a man who worked as a hospital porter, who spent his evenings in local pubs, and who returned each night to a modest stone cottage that sat along a narrow rural road. His name was Malcolm Webster, and to those who knew him casually, he appeared gentle, intelligent, and dependable. He spoke calmly, dressed neatly, and carried himself with quiet confidence. But behind that composed exterior was a calculated mind capable of patience and deception. And over the course of several years, he would orchestrate crimes so carefully that they initially appeared to be tragic accidents. Malcolm Webster was born in 1959. He trained originally as a nurse and worked in medical environments where he gained knowledge about drugs, dosages, and their effects on the human body. This medical knowledge would later become central to the crimes investigators uncovered. He eventually married a woman named Claire Morris. Claire was trusting, kind, and building a future with Malcolm. They lived together in Scotland, sharing routines and responsibilities like any married couple. In 1994, Malcolm and Claire planned a trip. They would drive together through rural Scotland. It was supposed to be an ordinary journey, nothing unusual or dangerous. But during that drive, Claire suddenly became unconscious. Malcolm later told authorities that she had simply fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He said he continued driving along a winding rural road. Then, the car left the road. It rolled down an embankment and crashed. Emergency responders arrived at the scene. Malcolm survived. Claire did not. At first glance, the crash appeared to be a tragic accident. Rural roads can be dangerous. Vehicles can lose control. Fatigue can cause drivers to drift off course. Investigators examined the scene, documented vehicle damage, and reviewed Malcolm's statement. With no immediate evidence of foul play, Claire's death was ruled accidental. Malcolm Webster received life insurance money following her death. He continued his life. Years passed. He eventually moved to New Zealand, seeking a fresh start. There, he met a woman named Felicity Drum. Felicity was a university lecturer, intelligent and independent. She and Malcolm began a relationship. He presented himself as a widower who had lost his wife in a tragic accident. He appeared sensitive and emotionally affected by his past. Felicity trusted him. But over time, Felicity began experiencing unusual symptoms. She felt dizzy, weak, disoriented. She did not understand why. Medical tests could not immediately explain her condition. But Felicity began to suspect something was wrong. She noticed patterns. Her symptoms appeared after Malcolm prepared drinks for her. She began to question whether she was being deliberately drugged. Trust slowly turned into fear. Felicity contacted authorities. Police began investigating Malcolm Webster carefully. They examined his background. They discovered the earlier death of his wife in Scotland. They examined medical records. They analyzed substances found in Felicity's home. Forensic testing revealed the presence of sedative drugs. These drugs could cause unconsciousness, confusion, and loss of control. Investigators realized that Felicity had likely been deliberately drugged. Malcolm Webster was arrested in New Zealand in 1999. He was charged with attempted murder. Investigators in Scotland were notified. They reopened the investigation into Claire Morris's death. With new information about Malcolm's actions in New Zealand, the earlier crash took on new significance. Forensic experts re-examined the original evidence. They considered the possibility that Claire had been drugged before the crash. They examined whether Malcolm had staged the accident deliberately. In New Zealand, Malcolm Webster was convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to prison. Years later, Scottish authorities brought him back to the United Kingdom to stand trial for Claire Morris's death. During the trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of events. They argued that Malcolm had drugged Claire, waited until she was unconscious, and then deliberately driven the car off the road to create the appearance of an accident. His motive, they argued, included financial gain through life insurance. The defense challenged these claims, arguing that the crash was accidental and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the jury examined the pattern. They saw the similarities between the attempted murder in New Zealand and the earlier death in Scotland. In 2011, Malcolm Webster was convicted of murdering Claire Morris. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case demonstrated how carefully planned crimes can initially appear as accidents, how medical knowledge can be used to conceal harm, and how patterns of behavior can emerge over time, revealing truth long after the original event. For years, Malcolm Webster lived freely, believed by many to be a grieving widower. He spoke about loss. He built relationships. He presented himself as a survivor of tragedy. But beneath that identity was a calculated pattern that investigators would eventually uncover, proving that what appeared to be accidental loss had in fact been deliberate, hidden behind planning, patience, and the assumption that time would conceal the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who built his identity around control, about a disappearance that shook a wealthy Connecticut town, and about how small forensic details, a drop of blood, a piece of surveillance footage, a timeline measured in minutes, dismantled a carefully rehearsed lie. This is the true story of the murder of Jennifer Dullos. Jennifer Farber Dullos grew up in New York in an educated, financially comfortable family. She attended Brown University, later earned a graduate degree, and was known for her intelligence and creativity. She married Fotis Dullos, a charismatic real estate developer with ambitious plans and an appetite for luxury. At first, their life appeared aspirational. They lived in large homes. They had 5 children. They moved in social circles that valued appearance and success. But behind the facade, the marriage deteriorated. Financial pressure mounted. Fotis's development projects struggled. Lawsuits accumulated. Debt increased. Jennifer increasingly felt isolated and controlled. In 2017, she filed for divorce and moved with the children to New Canaan, Connecticut. The divorce was bitter. Court filings revealed deep hostility. Jennifer accused Fotis of threatening behavior and emotional abuse. Fotis denied the claims and portrayed himself as a devoted father unfairly restricted from his children. The custody battle became intense. Emails between attorneys grew sharper. Motions were filed repeatedly. Psychological evaluations were requested. The conflict moved from private arguments to documented legal warfare. On May 24, 2019, Jennifer drove her children to school in the morning. Surveillance footage captured her vehicle returning to her home shortly after 8 a.m. After that, she vanished. She missed appointments. She failed to pick up her children. That alone was deeply out of character. Jennifer was organized, present, attentive. Police arrived quickly. At her home, investigators found signs of violence. There was blood, not a small amount, but evidence of a severe assault. Blood spatter patterns suggested she had been attacked in the garage. There were attempts at cleanup, but forensic luminol revealed more than the eye could see. Investigators reconstructed the morning carefully. Fotis Dullos had claimed he was at home in Farmington, Connecticut at the time, but cell phone tower data told a different story. His phone had traveled toward New Canaan that morning. Surveillance cameras along highways and in neighborhoods became crucial. A dark pickup truck, later connected to Fotis, was captured on video near Jennifer's home around the window of time investigators believed the attack occurred. The case began expanding outward. Police discovered that Fotis had been seen that evening in Hartford, discarding trash bags into public bins. Surveillance footage showed him and his girlfriend, Michelle Traconis, stopping at multiple trash receptacles. Inside those discarded bags, investigators later found bloody clothing, zip ties, gloves, and cleaning materials. Some items contained Jennifer's DNA. The methodical disposal suggested planning. Investigators theorized that Fotis had driven to Jennifer's home, attacked her in the garage, transported her body in her own vehicle, then abandoned that vehicle in a nearby park before returning home to create an alibi. Jennifer's body has never been found. Despite that, the forensic case grew strong. Blood evidence in the garage indicated Jennifer suffered severe injuries unlikely to have been survivable. DNA linked the cleanup materials to the crime scene. Surveillance timelines narrowed the window tightly around Fotis's movements. During police interviews, Fotis remained composed. He denied involvement. He described the accusations as part of the custody conflict. He maintained that Jennifer had staged her disappearance to frame him. But the evidence continued to accumulate. Investigators discovered that a longtime friend of Fotis, Kent Mawaney, had also been involved in discussions that prosecutors later argued were part of conspiracy. There were references to alibi planning. There were unusual property visits in the days before the disappearance. In January 2020, Fotis Dulos was arrested and charged with murder and kidnapping-related offenses. He posted bond initially. Shortly afterward, facing mounting legal pressure and the possibility of trial, Fotis attempted suicide at his home. He was transported to a hospital, where he later died. His death prevented a criminal trial, but the legal process continued for others involved. Michelle Triconis was later convicted of conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. Prosecutors argued she knowingly participated in disposal efforts and assisted in constructing false alibis. Throughout the proceedings, the courtroom heard detailed forensic testimony. Blood spatter analysts described impact patterns in the garage. Digital experts mapped cell phone movements minute by minute. Video analysts stitched together surveillance clips from multiple towns to reconstruct routes taken that day. The case did not rely on a confession. It relied on reconstruction. Piece by piece, investigators built a timeline so tight that alternative explanations collapsed under scrutiny. Jennifer's family spoke publicly about her devotion to her children. They described her as resilient, protective, and deeply focused on shielding them from conflict. The motive prosecutors presented centered on control, the belief that losing custody and financial leverage was intolerable to Fotis. This was not an impulsive act. It was framed as calculated. The careful driving routes, the staged alibi, the disposal of evidence across multiple locations. Yet what ultimately exposed the crime were small, overlooked details. Surveillance cameras he did not anticipate. Microscopic blood traces that survived cleaning. Digital footprints impossible to erase completely. Jennifer Dulos remains physically missing. Legally and factually, investigators concluded she was murdered inside her own garage on an ordinary morning after dropping her children at school. The silence of that suburban street that day contrasts sharply with the violence believed to have occurred minutes earlier. This story lingers because it shows how modern investigations function, not through dramatic confessions, but through data. Cameras, DNA, cell phone pings, traffic timestamps, and it shows how, even without a body, a case can be proven through methodical reconstruction. Jennifer's children continue their lives under the care of extended family, and the house in New Canaan, once just another large suburban property, became the quiet center of a crime that unfolded not in a single explosive moment, but in a carefully planned morning measured in minutes. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story that unfolded in the mountains of Colorado, a case that began with a missing wife, a quiet husband giving television interviews on his front porch, and a community that initially believed it was witnessing a tragic disappearance. Instead, it became one of the most closely followed and thoroughly documented family murder cases in recent American history. This is the story of Chris Watts. In the summer of 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shannon Watts and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. The neighborhood was new, filled with recently built homes, trimmed lawns, and families raising young children. Chris worked in the oil and gas industry. Shannon was active on social media, frequently posting videos about family life, parenting, and her business selling health and wellness products. To outsiders, their life appeared structured and happy. Photos showed vacations, birthday parties, and affectionate moments between parents and children. But beneath that curated online image, their marriage was under strain. Financial pressure had built up over the years. They had previously filed for bankruptcy. Credit card debt mounted again. The mortgage on their large home weighed heavily. Shannon traveled often for work-related events. During one of those trips in the summer of 2018, Chris began an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The affair marked a turning point. Chris later told investigators that he felt a sense of freedom during those weeks. He imagined starting over. He searched online for information about separation and financial consequences of divorce. He calculated child support payments. He researched romantic getaways with his girlfriend. At the same time, Shannon, who was 15 weeks pregnant with their son, believed they were working through difficulties in their marriage. She texted friends expressing concern that Chris seemed distant, but she also spoke about rebuilding their relationship. On August 13th, 2018, Shannon returned home from a business trip to Arizona in the early morning hours. A neighbor's security camera captured her being dropped off around 2 a.m. That was the last time she was seen alive. Later that morning, Chris left for work at an oil site operated by his employer, Anadarko Petroleum. He loaded items into his truck before sunrise. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed him backing his truck into the driveway, an unusual action since he typically parked on the street. By midday, Shannon had not responded to calls or messages. Her friend Nicole Atkinson became concerned. Shannon had a doctor's appointment that morning which she missed. This was highly unusual. Nicole drove to the Watts home and knocked repeatedly. There was no answer. Police were called for a welfare check. When officers arrived, Chris returned home from work. He appeared calm, but slightly tense. He told officers that Shannon had taken the girls to a friend's house after an emotional conversation about separating. However, Shannon's phone, purse, medications, and car were still inside the house. For someone planning to leave voluntarily, these details did not make sense. Police conducted a preliminary search. There were no immediate signs of forced entry or struggle, but something felt wrong. Later that day, Chris agreed to speak to local news reporters. Standing in front of his house, he asked for his family to come home. His demeanor struck many viewers as detached. He swayed slightly, avoided direct emotional language, and referred to his daughters in the past tense at one point. While not definitive evidence of guilt, his body language raised suspicion among both viewers and investigators. The following day, investigators requested that Chris take a polygraph test. He agreed. During the examination, he failed. Confronted with the results, Chris initially claimed that Shannon had killed the girls in a fit of rage after he told her he wanted a separation. He said he then strangled Shannon in response. Investigators pressed further. Over time, his story shifted. Eventually, he confessed to killing his pregnant wife and both daughters. According to his confession and subsequent court documents, Chris strangled Shannon in their bedroom in the early hours of August 13th. He then placed her body in his truck. His daughters, still alive at that point, were transported with him to a remote oil site owned by his employer. There, he smothered Bella and Celeste and placed their bodies inside separate oil storage tanks. Shannon's body was buried in a shallow grave nearby. The level of planning became clearer as investigators examined digital evidence. Chris had texted coworkers the night before to ensure he would be alone at that specific oil site the following morning. He had researched song lyrics about loss and starting over. He had communicated extensively with his girlfriend about a future together, including discussions about selling his house and starting a new life. Once his confession was secured, authorities recovered the bodies from the oil site. The case moved quickly through the legal system. In November 2018, Chris Watts pleaded guilty to multiple counts of first-degree murder and unlawful termination of pregnancy. By pleading guilty, he avoided the death penalty. He was sentenced to 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. The case left a deep impact on the public. Much of it unfolded in real time through social media, police body camera footage, interrogation videos, and court proceedings that were widely shared online. People analyzed his interviews frame by frame. The contrast between the family's online image and the reality of the crime disturbed many. For Shannon's family, the loss was immeasurable. They lost a daughter, 2 granddaughters, and an unborn grandson. They later spoke publicly about domestic violence awareness and the warning signs of emotional withdrawal and manipulation. What makes this case particularly haunting is not only the brutality of the crime, but the ordinariness of the setting. It occurred in a suburban home, behind white garage doors and manicured lawns, within a family that appeared outwardly stable. The planning involved digital searches, financial calculations, and logistical steps carried out quietly in the days before the murders. Through surveillance footage, cell phone records, GPS data from his truck, forensic analysis of the oil site, and recorded interrogations, investigators reconstructed the crime step by step. It was not a mystery left unresolved. It was methodically solved through evidence, confession, and digital tracing. The Watts house eventually stood empty. The oil field resumed operations. The neighborhood returned to routine. But the case remains a stark example of how internal collapse, concealed behind routine smiles and online posts, can escalate into irreversible violence. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a pregnant woman who was preparing to celebrate Christmas with her family, about a husband who made a desperate 911 call, and about how investigators discovered that a loving marriage was actually hiding years of abuse that ended in a tragedy on Christmas morning. In December 2009, the Kleindienst family was looking forward to celebrating Christmas together in their home in Harford County, Maryland. 29-year-old Crystal Kleindienst was 5 months pregnant with her second child, and she and her husband Chris were raising their young daughter together. From the outside, this seemed like a typical young family preparing for the holidays. But on Christmas morning, December 25, 2009, Chris Kleindienst called 911 in a panic. He told the operator that he had woken up to find his wife, Crystal, unresponsive in their bed. He said she wasn't breathing and that he didn't know what was wrong. Paramedics rushed to the home, but when they arrived, they found Crystal was already deceased. She had been dead for some time. The circumstances of Crystal's death immediately raised red flags for investigators. She was a young, healthy woman who was pregnant, and there was no obvious medical reason why she would have died suddenly in her sleep. The 911 call and Chris's behavior also seemed off to the responding officers. Something about the scene didn't feel right. An autopsy was performed on Crystal's body, and the results were shocking. The medical examiner determined that Crystal had been strangled to death. She had not died of natural causes or a medical emergency. Someone had deliberately taken her life while she slept in her own bed. The unborn baby she was carrying had also died. Police immediately focused their investigation on Chris Kleindienst. He was the only other adult in the home when Crystal died, and he had been sleeping right next to her. There were no signs of forced entry or any evidence that an intruder had been in the house. The bedroom door had been closed with the couple's young daughter sleeping in another room. As detectives dug into the Kleindienst marriage, they discovered it was far from the happy relationship Chris had portrayed. Friends and family members came forward with disturbing information about Chris's treatment of Crystal. They described a pattern of controlling and abusive behavior that had been going on for years. Crystal had confided in friends that Chris was emotionally and verbally abusive. He controlled their finances and monitored her activities. He had been pressuring Crystal to have an abortion because he didn't want another child, but Crystal had refused. She wanted to keep the baby and was excited about becoming a mother again despite the problems in her marriage. Investigators learned that the relationship between Chris and Crystal had been deteriorating in the months before her death. Chris had been having an affair with another woman and had wanted out of the marriage. But Crystal was pregnant, and a divorce would be complicated and expensive. Friends said Chris had been frustrated that Crystal wouldn't agree to end the pregnancy. Police also discovered that Chris had taken out a life insurance policy on Crystal shortly before her death. The policy was worth several $100,000, and Chris was the beneficiary. This gave him a clear financial motive in addition to his desire to be free of the marriage and the responsibilities of another child. The evidence against Chris Kleindienst was building, but it was all circumstantial. There were no witnesses to Crystal's death, and Chris wasn't talking to police anymore. Investigators needed to build a case that would convince a jury beyond reasonable doubt that Chris had strangled his pregnant wife on Christmas morning. Forensic experts examined the crime scene and Crystal's body for any physical evidence. They found marks on Crystal's neck consistent with manual strangulation. The positioning of her body and the lack of defensive wounds suggested she had been attacked while sleeping, giving her no chance to fight back or defend herself. In February 2010, Chris Kleindienst was arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree ending of life, one for Crystal and one for the unborn baby. He was also charged with first-degree assault. Chris maintained his innocence, claiming he had woken up to find Crystal dead and had no idea what had happened to her. Chris's trial began in 2012. The prosecution presented testimony from Crystal's friends and family about Chris's abusive behavior, and his desire to end the pregnancy. They presented evidence of the affair Chris had been having. They showed the jury the life insurance policy Chris had purchased, and they presented the medical examiner's testimony that Crystal had been strangled to death. The defense argued that the prosecution's case was based entirely on circumstantial evidence and speculation. They claimed there was no direct proof that Chris had strangled Crystal. They suggested that perhaps Crystal had died of some undiagnosed medical condition that mimics strangulation, or that someone else could have been responsible. But the jury didn't buy the defense's theories. The combination of the medical evidence, Chris's suspicious behavior, his motive to be free of the marriage and the pregnancy, and the life insurance policy was too compelling. In May 2012, Chris Kleindienst was found guilty of 2 counts of second-degree ending of life. The judge sentenced Chris to 2 consecutive life sentences plus an additional 30 years. The judge noted the particularly cruel nature of strangling a sleeping pregnant woman on Christmas morning, with the couple's young daughter in the next room. Chris was taken to prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. Crystal's family spoke at the sentencing about their loss. They described Crystal as a loving mother and daughter who had been trying to escape an abusive relationship but had run out of time. They talked about the granddaughter who would grow up without her mother and the baby who never got the chance to be born. The double loss devastated the family. The case also left Crystal's daughter without either parent. Her mother was dead, and her father was in prison for taking her mother's life. The little girl who should have been waking up to Christmas presents that morning instead lost her entire family in one terrible act of violence. Crystal Kleindienst should have been celebrating Christmas with her daughter, looking forward to the birth of her second child, and planning for the future. Instead, she was taken by someone who saw her and their unborn baby as obstacles to the life he wanted. Chris Kleindienst chose to strangle his pregnant wife rather than simply get a divorce, a decision that destroyed multiple lives and left a young child without parents. The case served as a tragic reminder that the most dangerous time for women in abusive relationships is often when they are pregnant or trying to leave. Crystal had been trapped in a controlling relationship with a man who ultimately decided that ending her life was easier than letting her go. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention more than air, about lies that spiraled into murder, and about how the need to be seen as a victim can transform someone into a monster. In the small town of Springfield, Missouri, where neighbors knew each other and supported one another through hardships, a young mother was gaining sympathy and admiration for her strength in the face of tragedy. Her daughter suffered from mysterious illnesses that required frequent hospitalizations. Friends rallied around her, impressed by her devotion and resilience. But the illnesses were not mysterious at all. They were being caused by the mother herself. This is the story of Dee Blanchard and the murder that exposed years of abuse. For over a decade, Dee convinced the world that her daughter Gypsy Rose was severely ill, confined to a wheelchair, mentally disabled, and suffering from leukemia, muscular dystrophy, and numerous other conditions. She shaved Gypsy's head, forced her to use a wheelchair, and underwent unnecessary surgeries and treatments. In reality, Gypsy was healthy. Dee had Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a disorder where caregivers fabricate or induce illness in those they care for to gain attention and sympathy. On June 14, 2015, Gypsy and her secret boyfriend, Nicholas Gojon, murdered Dee, stabbing her to death in her sleep. The murder exposed decades of abuse and raised difficult questions about victim and perpetrator. Claudine Petra, who later called herself Dee Blanchard, was born on May 3, 1967, in Chack Bay, Louisiana. She grew up in a troubled family where manipulation and dysfunction were normal. From a young age, Dee showed patterns of lying and stealing. Family members described her as someone who constantly sought attention and would fabricate stories to make herself the center of drama. Dee became pregnant as a teenager and gave birth to Gypsy Rose in 1991. The father, Rod Blanchard, was young and unprepared for parenthood. He and Dee separated shortly after Gypsy's birth, though Rod remained involved and paid child support. This gave Dee the perfect situation. a child she could control completely without interference from a partner. When Gypsy was a baby, Dee Dee began claiming the child had sleep apnea and other health problems. As Gypsy grew, the list of supposed illnesses expanded dramatically. Dee Dee claimed Gypsy had muscular dystrophy, leukemia, epilepsy, asthma, and the mental capacity of a 7-year-old due to brain damage from premature birth. None of this was true. Gypsy had been born full-term and healthy. Dee Dee forced Gypsy to use a wheelchair even though she could walk. She shaved Gypsy's head to mimic hair loss from chemotherapy that Gypsy never actually needed. She had feeding tubes inserted even though Gypsy could eat normally. She subjected her daughter to unnecessary surgeries, medications, and treatments, all to maintain the illusion of severe illness. The deception worked spectacularly. Doctors were fooled by Dee Dee's detailed medical histories and her ability to describe symptoms convincingly. When doctors expressed doubt, Dee Dee would simply find new doctors and claim previous records had been lost. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Dee Dee used the disaster as an excuse for why medical records were unavailable, making it nearly impossible for doctors to verify her claims. Dee Dee and Gypsy became local celebrities. They received a house from Habitat for Humanity, trips to Disney World from Make-A-Wish Foundation, and constant attention from charities and well-wishers. Dee Dee basked in the sympathy and admiration, presenting herself as a saintly mother caring for a desperately ill child. But Gypsy was becoming aware that something was wrong. As she entered her teens, she realized she was not actually sick. She could walk when her mother was not watching. She was not mentally disabled. She began to understand that her mother was lying and that she was trapped in a prison of fabricated illness. Gypsy began secretly using the internet, creating online profiles where she pretended to be a healthy young woman. In 2012, she met Nicholas Gojon through a Christian dating site. Nicholas had his own psychological problems, including autism and a disturbed sexual fixation on violence, but he believed Gypsy's claims that she was being held prisoner by her abusive mother. Over 3 years, Gypsy and Nicholas developed a relationship conducted entirely online and during brief secret meetings. Gypsy became convinced that murder was her only escape from Dee Dee's control. She manipulated Nicholas, playing on his devotion and his violent fantasies, convincing him that killing Dee Dee was the only way they could be together. On June 14th, 2015, Nicholas traveled to Springfield and entered the home Dee Dee and Gypsy shared. While Dee Dee slept, Nicholas stabbed her 17 times, killing her. Gypsy waited in another room, listening to her mother die. Afterward, they took money and fled to Wisconsin, where Nicholas lived. Before leaving, Gypsy posted messages on Facebook from Dee Dee's account saying cryptic things that alarmed friends. When concerned neighbors found Dee Dee's body days later, police initially feared Gypsy had been kidnapped by whoever killed her mother. But investigation quickly revealed the truth. Police tracked Gypsy and Nicholas to Wisconsin through online records and arrested them. During interrogation, the full scope of Dee Dee's deception emerged. Medical experts examined Gypsy and confirmed she had no significant health problems. The wheelchair, the medications, the surgeries had all been unnecessary. Years of medical abuse inflicted by a mother whose need for attention had destroyed her daughter's childhood. The legal and moral questions were complex. Gypsy had participated in murdering her mother, but she had also been a victim of horrific abuse for her entire life. Nicholas had committed the actual killing, but had been manipulated by Gypsy. In 2016, Gypsy pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. Nicholas was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life without parole. Gypsy Rose was released from prison in December 2023 after serving 8 years. She has spoken publicly about the abuse she suffered and her regret over the murder. She acknowledges she should have sought help through legal means, but felt she had no other escape from her mother's control. The case revealed the horrors of Munchausen syndrome by proxy and how medical systems can fail to protect victims when caregivers are skilled manipulators. It raised difficult questions about culpability when victims of long-term abuse commit violence against their abusers. and it demonstrated that sometimes the people who seem most devoted and caring are actually the most dangerous, using love and concern as masks for cruelty and control. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who appeared to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, and the perfect neighbor. A man whose social media showed smiling photos, loving captions, and a quiet suburban life. And how, behind that carefully constructed image, he committed one of the most chilling family murders in modern American history. In August 2018, Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, with his pregnant wife Shanann and their two young daughters, Bella and Celeste. From the outside, their life looked stable. Chris worked as an oil field operator. Shanann was active on social media, documenting their family life in detail. Their home was neat, modern, and located in a quiet neighborhood filled with families just like theirs. But behind the scenes, the marriage was collapsing. Chris had begun an affair with a co-worker named Nicole Kessinger. The relationship wasn't casual. It was intense, emotional, and consuming. Chris started imagining a life without his wife, without his children, and without the responsibilities he felt were trapping him. He didn't want a divorce. He didn't want shared custody. He wanted a clean slate. On the night of August 12th, 2018, Shanann returned home from a business trip just after 1:45 a.m. She was 15 weeks pregnant. The house was quiet. The girls were asleep upstairs. Chris was waiting. What happened next would later be pieced together through digital evidence, phone records, security footage, and Chris's own shifting confessions. Sometime in the early morning hours, Chris killed Shanann. He later claimed they had an emotional conversation about separation, but evidence showed no sign of a prolonged argument. There were no defensive wounds, no signs of struggle. Shanann was strangled in their bed. After killing his wife, Chris turned his attention to his daughters. Bella and Celeste were still alive. Chris later admitted that he smothered them one by one. Bella, the older child, fought back. She asked him if he was going to do the same thing to her that he had done to her mother. Those words would haunt investigators long after the case was closed. By sunrise, his entire family was dead. Chris loaded their bodies into his truck. He placed Shanann face down on the floor, wrapped in a sheet. He placed his daughters' bodies in the back seat. He then drove nearly an hour to an oil site owned by his employer, a location he had specifically chosen ahead of time. At the site, he buried Shanann in a shallow grave. Then he placed Bella and Celeste separately into two massive oil storage tanks, forcing their bodies through small openings designed for equipment, not people. He sealed the tanks and left for work as if nothing had happened. By mid-morning, Shanann's friend became concerned when she couldn't reach her. Shanann was punctual, communicative, and dependable. She missed appointments. She stopped responding to messages. Her friend contacted the police for a welfare check before Chris even returned home from work. When officers arrived, Chris appeared calm. Too calm. He told them Shanann had taken the girls to a friend's house after an argument. He said he didn't know where she went. But inside the house, everything was still there. Her car, her purse, her phone, her medications. Nothing suggested a planned departure. The cracks formed immediately. Security footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris backing his truck into the driveway early that morning and loading items into it. Phone records showed he had been texting his mistress during and after the murders. His behavior during media interviews was unsettling. He smiled. He avoided emotion. He asked for his family's safe return while knowing exactly where their bodies were. Within days, investigators confronted him with the inconsistencies. Chris broke. First, he claimed Shanann had killed the children, and he killed her in rage. That story collapsed under scrutiny. Forensic evidence contradicted it. The autopsies told a different story. Finally, Chris confessed to killing all three. The truth was worse than anyone expected. Investigators discovered the burial site. They recovered Shanann's body. Extracting the children from the oil tanks was one of the most disturbing recovery operations many responders had ever experienced. The oil had damaged their skin. The scene was traumatic even for seasoned professionals. Chris Watts was charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, including the unlawful termination of a pregnancy. The motive was painfully simple. He wanted a new life. He wanted freedom. He He wanted to erase his responsibilities instead of facing them. In November 2018, Chris pleaded guilty to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences. He was transferred to a prison in Wisconsin for his own safety, where he remains incarcerated. The Watts case shook the public not because of complexity, but because of familiarity. This wasn't a drifter. This wasn't a stranger. This was a husband, a father, a man who tucked his children into bed and killed them hours later. Shannon Watts was remembered as a devoted mother, a driven woman, and a loving friend. Bella and Celeste were remembered as joyful, affectionate children who trusted their father completely. Their lives were reduced to a cautionary tale about how violence can exist behind the most ordinary doors. The case serves as a reminder that appearances mean nothing, that people can live double lives in plain sight, and that sometimes the most dangerous person in the room is the one everyone trusts the most.